Swinging in there at the pads, bringing the stumps into play, but Guj in his busy style scampers up to the non-striker's end for a single. So very good opening partnership, just 3 away from that 50 mark now. And what I've been so impressed with is there's been far fewer searching shots. On Monday we saw players search for boundaries at times. That one scuttles and moves away as well. Good take behind the wickets. Looks like there's a little bit of varying of bounce and pace on this deck, and the two batters are playing it well so far.
Yeah, they're riding it out at the moment, and that's not what you want to see from a batting perspective. Two pace, two different sort of bounces coming on. Obviously, from a bowling point of view, you know, it's a good sign, and you want to keep that as straight as possible. But yeah, I got to agree with you. Jersey have done fantastic. They've really homed in on their skills this morning. The two batters have made some excellent decisions, good cricketing decisions, and they've been really clinical.
Lyon gives a rash shot as Yadav steams in from fine leg. They get back for a second run. The opening pair. Potentially a little bit of frustration, or is this just Lyon trying to remain positive and look for almost to get the pressure back on the bowler?
I think he might have heard me on commentary. No, I think it could be a double ploy. You're right. It could be a little bit of frustration there. Maybe the ball before's playing up on the mind, which potentially could be from a batting perspective, but not a bad ploy to run down the ground and see if you can hit it over mid-off.
Just bringing the outside edge of Lyon's bat. That's what Karen KC can bring. As the 50 partnership is up for these two. It's been a solid start to this game.
It has, and I'm sure the management team are ticking the box for the first 50 years. Definitely come to Jersey. I think that's a really solid start, and they've looked good. They've tried to put the bowlers off the line and length. They've been very clinical in their decisions, when to play, when not to play, and they've capitalised on anything that's short and wide.
There's a short and wide ball. It's been put away. With brilliant style from Patrick Guj. Picked up on it so early and skipped it away to the boundary.
Impressive cricket shot, and you know, swiveled on it, helped it along its way to fine leg, but with some real intent. Interesting question here to Nepal now. They've got to find a way on how they're going to break this little partnership that's coming along. The danger is you let these two batters settle in really well, that they go on and kick on and get a big score, which sets a platform up before the halfway point. So you're going to have to find a wicket somewhere.
It's important to remember, as you mentioned, that despite this being almost a bit of a warm-up for Nepal for their fixtures to come, actually it's an incredibly important game for them, and one they'd want to win. And Jersey is as being seen as the underdogs coming into this one. They'll be looking to show up Nepal and get a good win here on home soil. But Gulshan Jar's going to come onto the bowling. Enough spin now from the pavilion end, and a good spell from Lalit Rajbanshi comes to an end. What do you know about Gulshan Jar?
Good quality cricketer, good all-rounder, fierce batter, but he can do a job with the ball as well. And I'm sure he's another one of the seamers who's going to be looking to attack the stumps, cause a little bit of trouble with the variation. Looks a strong cricketer.
Well, let's see what he can offer. He pulls out of that delivery, just honing in his run-up.
Not that strong.
He's just building it up, Kaz. He's just building up the tension. He knows what he's doing. Lyon's got a little bit more time to think about this first delivery.
Did get a big gush of wind coming through as he was just about to go past the umpire. So maybe that's just put him off his rhythm as he's about to attack the crease.
He'll have to get used to it. Big breeze coming across the ground. And he starts well, and Carline plays him equally well down towards third man. And that's a shot I like to see. That's a shot I've been impressed with from the Jersey batters. And whilst Nepal was so good at building up that pressure, you know, joining the dots in the first game, actually Nepal haven't bowled much worse, but it's bowls like that which are on a good length, and Jersey have been able to manipulate them for singles.
Yeah, you want to keep ticking over the scoreboard no matter how it comes, but you want to be in control of that as well. And there is a big gap between sort of backward point and the keeper. There's no slip in play, there's no gully in play. So with a seamer ball in sort of good lengths outside off stump, almost your fifth and sixth stump, it's not a bad ploy to run it down to third man, get off strike. So it'll be interesting to see how that happens.
And a sign there of Googe really going after a wide one, going out with hard hands, almost because, as you mentioned, because of that lack of slip, gully, a catcher in the third man area. Yes, there's a man out on the boundary, but it allows the batter to really throw the hands hard at it, and he'd be unlucky to get caught behind of a fine edge going at it with hard hands. But here's Gulshan Jar. And a brilliant stop at backward point from Arif Sheikh. Prevents the two.
I just think with this type of ball and this type of pace, but also this type of line and length, you know, he's a quality bowler with a strong action, and he's looking to hit the deck hard. I would probably just like to see somebody just in that gully region, you know, really tighten up that gap.
Almost just add a second thought into the batter's brain.
Yeah, but also if he's looking to bowl that fifth stump line, he's not going to hit it down deep square.
And it has been a show of what Nepal have been brilliant at over the last few days, is bowling to a plan. It doesn't really feel like there's much of a plan in place at the minute, especially early doors in their bowling innings on Monday. It was their ability to bowl to a 7-2 field, keep it outside that off stump and not give anything away.
Yeah, the fact that the 6 down in a matter of 20-30 minutes kind of helped the cause, but it was an attacking field with you know, excellent relentless bowling coming on, so you want to continue doing that as much as possible.
Good shot for no run there.
Yeah, a good shot for no run there, well fielded by that man himself, who's looking to throw at the non-striker's end. But Bimmel, who stood at mid-on, just slightly out of place, and I don't think he would have got there with the rocket arm of Dipendra. That might have been going for extra runs.
Ooh, quick bouncer. Wide given. He looks incredibly unimpressed with that one. But a well-targeted short delivery that looks like it brings a good amount of pace, skidding off this surface. And it's actually the end where we saw Julius Samaroa bowl with brilliant pace and bounce. And Gulshan's Jar is showing a sign of it again here.
Yeah, and as I expressed before, he has got a strong action. He does hit the crease hard. He's got a lovely rhythmic approach to it, but there is a strong ball in action. Once he hits that front foot, really comes down with a hard length delivery.
There's Jersey tick along once more. Two batters that are easy on the eye. but very different style of batter. We've got the more brute power boundary hitting Carline, and then we've got the manipulation and the almost scoreboard ticking style of batter of Patrick Gooch. They're playing very well in tandem, and their partnership sits at 58 for 9 at the end of the 13th.
Is that a similar approach to the Duckett and Gate era? Is this?
I guess so. They're almost slightly different in terms of almost opposite in stature-wise.
Yeah.
But yeah, Duckett is more that aggressive style of batter, and Gade the more traditional. Whereas I wouldn't argue either of these two are traditional opening batters. They're almost two that would also settle quite nicely into the middle order.
Yeah, they've done well. Good platform for Jersey. They've really looked to see out the new ball from both sides. Lots of changes going on from the Nepal bowling team. As we see another change from the deep end, as Nandan Yadav, the number 22, comes on to bowl. Another strong seam bowler who's got a lovely rhythmic action, quite high in his approach, with a little jump, vertical jump. He's got a great approach. It'll be interesting to see how he extracts anything off the pitch.
Shooting low once more from the surface. We've mentioned it a few times, but on the whole, this pitch is a great one-day wicket. It's offering enough for bat and ball. We've seen balls whiz past the outside edge, and we've seen balls clatter away to the boundary. Feels like there's a lot on offer for both departments.
Yeah, and credit goes to the ground staff here. They've done really well to maintain the same wicket as well. Great cricket wicket. I think there's a lot to offer. There's something for everybody there.
Yadav gets one to tail back in. And Gooch, I think, thought there might have been a fielder in the ring there, because he sprinted to the non-striker's end as if a throw was about to come in. Literally, no, actually a 2 was on offer.
And I think it was Harrison who was looking for the 2,
yeah.
Turned around looking for the 2, only to see his partner 20 metres past the umpire, who wasn't interested at all.
Must say, I'm really enjoying watching Gooch go about his business today.
Yeah, he's looked strong. He's looked good, and it'll be a real confidence booster for him as well. 29 of 36. He's played really well. Played the short ball really well.
Carline just punching it, timing it away through the point area. Picked up by Isham Pandey. My style of cricketer is Gooch. Looking for singles off the good deliveries. Where can he find the next run? Wide gap between mid-on and the keeper. 2 deep fielders. Square leg and fine leg. There's Nandan Yadav. Thinks about the way that he can take his next wicket. No real catcher in. Mid-wicket is now in to cover up the mid-wicket gap. Gooch gets on top of it. Finds another single in the leg side. So, former head coach of Q8 Kaz. Let's say you've drinks break, few overs away now. What would you be telling your players from a fielding point of view, with the opening batters having a good stand on?
I'd be looking to obviously instill confidence as much as possible, because the body language has just dropped a little bit. Second thing is, from a bowling perspective, I'd probably like to see my spinners coming on from the current end and the seamers coming on from this end. And if anything, trying to just be a little bit tighter inside the ring to just create a moment of brilliance. got to find a way to take a wicket, whether that's a run out, a catch in the deep, a mistake from the batters. But one thing is definitely for sure, there can't be any width on offer. From a bowling perspective, you've just got to be a little bit tighter for me, and not give any cheap runs away, because once you break this partnership, potentially could bring a second batter in play. As we see the bowling card there, lots of changes. You can see the Nepal guys ringing the changes. Everyone's bowled 3 overs apart from the 2 lads bowling now, Gulshan Jar and Nandan Yadav. 3 for 21 from Karan KC of his 3 overs, 3 overs gone for Lalit, who's also gone for 7, who's been probably the most economical bowler, I say. And the 2 opening bowlers, Sampal Kami and Hamad
Dami, yeah, they bowled well in tandem, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And from Jersey's perspective, this is, the last over, that was Gulshan's first over against them, so they probably wouldn't have faced him or probably seen a lot of videos of him, but you can see he's got a very different approach, a little bit taller than Sampal, looks to hit the deck harder, so the bounce is coming harder and hitting the spice of the bat harder. Poses different threats and different challenges.
Jar looks like he's coming in with some good pace here. Goose just looks slightly jumpy, almost as if the pace is a little bit quicker than we've seen elsewhere today. But Goose remaining firm. He's on 30 now, same as Carline, 62 for none.
Yes, strong position at the crease, but I'm really impressed with Gulshan. He's really putting some effort into these deliveries, and you can see he's probably been the quickest on shore so far from all the bowlers, all the fast bowlers.
I wonder if at some point we might see Jar really pitch one up towards the stumps. This one is short, out towards mid-wicket. Picked up on it quickly there, did Googe, and looks up to the sky in slight annoyance that he didn't get more hold of it. Deep square is quite backward, so there is a gap between mid-wicket and that fielder. But just for a bit of context, in the first game, Jersey were 62 for 8 when they got to this total. There's a quick bumper. Good decision though from Googe to pull out of the pull shot. Not always the easiest shot to pull out of, especially when you're a compulsive hooker of the ball.
Yeah, and a really good learning point for youngsters and batters in general. He's obviously moved the deep square slightly in front, so you know something's coming down. He's bowled it quick, fiercely at the head, and a positive leave. It is a sign of an attack for me. It's a great option to have. So you can leave the ball to obviously respect the ball and save your wicket.
Tickled away, didn't quite get enough bat on it to scare the boundary. It's been picked up by fine leg for a single. It's a definite plan now from Nepal to target the 2 deep fielders out at square leg and fine leg with the short ball stuff. But I really am thinking that they're pushing Googe slightly on the back foot. Carline is now on strike, and I wouldn't be surprised at some point if Jar just, when he's ready, bowls a full, quick Yorker.
Yes, a variation ball.
Yeah.
But what we also haven't seen is a variation from the seamers.
Yeah.
So on this pitch where you can see it's a little bit two-paced, haven't quite seen that just yet.
And a top edge runs away for 4. And the picture of Jar tells the story. Hands on head. as he knows the plan almost came into fruition. But that ends the over. Jersey will take the boundary. They'll move on. It's 67 for none at the end of the 15th. And umpire's having a little discussion now, maybe talking about a drinks break, although I think they've found the ball. They'll have a little look at it as it skipped away, almost went over a fence down there at fine leg. The umpire's going to have a little look at the ball. Now it's back in the bowler's hands. Carline will take that boundary and run with it. Not in the style he would have wanted, but 4 runs is 4 runs. Guj on strike now to Nandan Yadav. Guj pulls away well, and it beats the diving fielder. Brilliant shot. The short ball didn't quite get up on the opening batter, and Nandan Yadav almost just looked like he tried to go in the helmet region. It didn't quite get up, and Goose punished it away for 4.
Yeah, it's been quite evident from that side that the ball isn't quite getting up. It's not as sort of helmet high, regardless of the effort going in, and you have to really dig it in short and really.
There's another nice shot. Beats the diving mid-wicket. And Guj goes back to back with 4s. And Nandan Yadav is missing his mark at the minute. And Guj putting him back under pressure. Jersey now 75 for none.
Yeah, two very different deliveries. Slightly off the mark. Great from Guj, who's just crashed into the delivery. One sort of just in front of square, a deep square, and one in front of mid-wicket. Looks solid. But Nandan's got his work cut out here. He's really got to find a plan that he's going to have to stick with.
Cut away, backward a point. Fielder out there though. And Guj moves to 39. Not much to the Nepal fans to cheer about as of yet. But Nandan Yadav, I'm not sure this is quite his plan. I think Yadav would love to be settling in at a good length and trying to bring the outside edge into play. But with the ball 15 overs old now, it seems to be the team tactic from both ends to target the short ball. And I think, personally, it's time for a bit of spin from the far end, as you've been mentioning as well, Kaz.
Yeah, and I think just with Gulshan from this end, he's obviously the guy who's got the pace, who's obviously rushing the batters up. Something that Yadav is not actually quite doing at the moment. And he's bowling it relatively comfortable for the batters to sort of play with ease. So I'm not sure that's the right plan from the opposite end, whereas Gulshan over here bowling some hard lengths, fast, rushing the batters up, really targeting the helmet with a strong action. I can see that ploy from this end, but Yadav, not quite sure. And again, not really seen any change-ups with a pitch that's, you know, doing a few different things, not overly consistent, but enough to sort of show you that you can put some variations in there.
Yadav continues to hammer away. Yeah, it's one thing we saw a lot from groundsman Biz, Daniel Birrell, back on Monday. Instantly, in his first over, almost had 3 changes of pace.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right, we haven't really seen a cutter, we haven't seen a slower delivery or anything just to make the batters think.
Yeah, and that's probably another ploy that I try and go to. So when you're trying to assess the conditions, something for the captains to think about here, you know, a tactical approach would be how quickly can we go to some variation. When do I need to sort of get in position of maybe changing up the plan and being adaptable to the conditions? Because it's one thing having a plan from outside and getting all your bowlers to do your 4 overs and 5 overs and whatever, but it's another thing to adapt to the situation and the conditions, and don't be afraid to go to them change-ups.
And as drinks is taken at 77 for none, I just want to ask you, Kaz, it feels almost too often in international cricket where you see a bowler being asked to execute a plan which isn't quite up his street. We see the card there and it tells you the story, doesn't it? Carline and Googe, they've been absolutely superb. 35 for Carline, 39 for Googe, going just under a one a ball rate. However, they've batted with class today. But just back to that point as we look at the bowlers card now. Kami and Rajbanshi, very, very economical. Going at the mid-2s per over. Kami not quite as successful as Monday, where he took 4 wickets in the game. But Gulshan Jar also showing good signs and good pace. So it feels, as I mentioned, it feels too often sometimes in international cricket where bowlers are trying to carry out a plan which doesn't quite suit them. Is that something you discuss as a team and you think, yeah, we're not going to have Nandan take on the short ball ploy, we're going to bring him on at a different point in the game, or do you expect a professional cricketer to be able to carry out any plan that's almost asked of him?
I think in today's day and age, you'd expect the professional cricketer to have them skills and tools in his pocket ready to go at any point. But again, you've got to look at the strengths and weaknesses of a bowler, and if you're asking somebody where the build and the body and the strength might not be there to bowl 6 bounces in a row or challenge the hip as often as possible, you know, you can see the contrast difference in the 2 physical elements from the 2 bowlers on show. You might be asking them to do something out of their natural ability, which can cause injury in the long run, which can put a lot of impact on the body, which the stress is not required. But also, you might be taking the bowler away from his natural game plan, which has got him to this level in the first place. So, you know, you want your bowlers to be resourceful as much as possible, but you also want to make sure that the bowler has the ability to turn around and say, well, my success rate is this, I'm learning this, and it's not quite ready, and I'm trying to back this up from a bowling perspective.
And so there we see Stuart Law, head coach of Nepal, talking to his players. Let's put you in that position again, Kaz. Bit of confidence boosting going on, a few people sat down, a couple of heads dropping, and what do you reckon they'll be talking about tactics-wise?
I think the key thing here is just to try and find a wicket. Stewie Law, known him for a while now, he's a great individual with lots of cricketing experience, but also lots of experience as head coach, been around the world, had lots of different challenges. He'll be, you know, he's done a fantastic job with Nepal since he's been involved, and they've gone from leaps and bounds, and they've really shown the tagline of the cardiac kids have calmed down a little bit. So I'm sure he's trying to
just before the end of the over. But the batters continuing where they left off. Run rate a tick over 5. Jersey will be incredibly happy with their start.
Yeah, they've done well. 86 for the loss of no wickets. Done really well. Positive signs. Great to see from the Jersey batters. And they'll be looking to cash in towards off milestones that they can get to.
There it is. There's the short ball. Fielder interested just over the top. Goose gets a 6 for it, but it wasn't without risk. That ends the over. It's 92 for none, and there was the surprise bouncer. Gulshanjar walks off towards his teammate Bim Sharkey for a little discussion, but he'll be disheartened with how that over ended. He snatches the towel off and steams out towards fine leg. 92 for none.
I think he's more disappointed with the fielding effort. That's been hit really, really hard. There was a fielder out there, and it does look like it was Sandeep who's out there. But, you know, maybe a little bit of a higher jump. It was going in the right direction. Sandeep's waltzed in, left the ball for one of the spectators to go and fetch as he comes up to mark his run up. Class act.
Well, here we go then. Sandeep Lamachani. They need a breakthrough here, Nepal. And they brought on their main man to get it. A slip in, mid-wicket. The deep men are mid-wicket and long off and deep point as well. There's also a long on as Lamachani bowls. Carlyle treats him with respect. Two men approaching their milestones.
Do you want a water?
Lamachani on the mark again.
Yeah, he started off well, hasn't he? Just a wily run up into the crease, looking to ball into the right areas. I think he'll be wanting to get through his repertoire as much as possible. Experience around the world.
Pushing drive into the covers. And a single well taken. This opening pair have just been so impressive today. Not just in the balls that they've put away, but the balls in which they've found runs from. Lamachani spins himself a catch. Guj on strike on 45. Start of dreams this for Jersey. Top edge as it's a powerful cut shot from Guj. It's going to run away for 4. And that moves him on to 49. So just one run away. Not the most convincing shot, but he's got a ball to do it against Sandeep Lamachani.
Yeah, he's batted well. Little bit of fortune there, thick outside edge. Sandy will be trying to finish strong here.
Can Lamachani get him on 49? It's a googly, and the umpire sticks to the decision of not out, and Guj survives. He saw it, his eyes lit up at the short ball, didn't he? And he didn't quite pick the googly, and it was a chance, but going down leg and probably height as well. Lamachani ends his first over. It goes for 5, and Jersey, a 97 for none.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much Patrick Googe has faced of Sandeep Lamachani before. Maybe on Laura 97 or something like that. Is that a computer game? What is it nowadays?
God, I went through the Don Bradman era, I think. I remember playing Don Bradman 17. That was a classic game. Just a question about analysis at the associate nation level. How much goes into preparing for a bowler like Sandeep Lamachani? We'll get back to it after this ball as Lalit Rajbanshi returns to the attack. Harrison on 45. Struck on the pad. This is a big call for the umpire. There was a large appeal from Rajbanshi, who was desperate for that wicket. Heavy thud on the front pad. And looked close. But yeah, how much analysis do teams do at the associate nation level?
Well, having had experience with 3 different countries now, all with different budgets, of course.
Yes.
You know, in my last job, we had a fantastic analysis coming from India, who very professional in his work, tagged every single delivery, every single ball, brought out strengths and weaknesses, gave real insight information to every batter, every bowler, and allowed the batters to soak up that information. The danger is you over-empower players with the knowledge and they're not quite used to it. Some systems are in place where players will just want it on their phones as something to watch over or refer back to. Some players, as soon as they come off, sit down with the analyst and go, you know, deep into their discussions about why they've been out and what they haven't. I think each to their own, but it's our job as coaches and a management system to provide that information however they want to learn that information and go away and improve the game.
And Carline now just taking a few dot balls. This would be really interesting to see how he closes out this over, Carline. He's not a man that likes to block out deliveries and let pressure build up upon him. He finds a single in the covers. Little chance at the non-striker's end as the ball picks up and hits Lalit in the neck region. But Nepal have just got to remember that that's what a few dots can do. As the wind continues to breeze and throw a few things off our table. Rajbanshi's got 1 delivery left to close out this brilliant over. Googe on 49. 98 for none, Jersey. A bottom edge. Trickles to short third. Now, player on 49. He's had a couple of overs in a row now where he's just faced out the final delivery on 49. And maybe just a small milestone might be building up upon him. End of the over, 98 for none.
Be interesting to see how Nepal can get a breakthrough. They've obviously gone to their most experienced spinner who's had success around the world, bowled to some of the biggest and greatest batters out there and played some of the greatest tournaments out there. Be interesting to see how Sandeep is also going to be utilising his googly as much as possible to the right-handers and how he sets them up.
And there is the googly you mentioned. For a minute I thought there was a rattle of the stumps, but Carline gets away with it, and he's already showing the challenge that Lamachani possesses in the variation department.
Yeah, and the danger is that Carline hasn't...
Oh, it's happened again.
And that's the point that I'm trying to... If you look at it from a technical point of view, there's too much of a gap between bat and pad here. And he's allowing the googly to come in and attack the stumps. I'd probably want to see more of a full-face attacking shot as opposed to a I'm going to sit back and try and cut him, because that's all what the bowler's looking for, is enough space between bat and ball to go on and hit the stumps with a googly.
There's another show of it, and you get the feeling if Lamachani bowls any fuller and Carline continues to rock back all of a sudden, That's going to be a real danger with the ball spinning in with the variation. But Harrison, 4 runs away from a 50. He'll be looking to get there with a boundary, that's for sure. Off the back foot, Harrison Carlisle hesitates for a moment and gets to the non-striker's end for a single. He moves to 47.
Leg back.
46 he will remain on then. So Guj now has 2 balls to get to his 50. He's on 49, matching his shirt number. And a single would also take Jersey to the 100 opening partnership. A punch down the ground, hits the stumps. That would have come off the bat and Guj would have instantly thought it's 50 time. But he's got to remain patient. Lamachani has the tools. Plenty of experience now. Still only 25 years of age. And another little pause as Guj has been on 49 for plenty of time. And he pats it back to Lamachani, who does his job and leaves Guj on 49. That ends the over. 99 without loss, Jersey. And both batters just got to hold their nerves as they approach the 50 mark. And they continue their brilliant, top quality opening stand.
Yeah, it's been good so far. Very impressed. 20 overs solid platform. Another tick in the box for the batting unit. 20 overs gone without a loss, as the batting card shows. Harrison on 46 of 66. And Guj stuck on 49 of 54 balls. It's been edging away, trying to get a single away or somewhere, find a gap somewhere or the other. But they've been solid so far, and it's been a real good show and a great comeback from the first game.
Oh, it's a flowing drive. It's just beaten backward point, who was reeling around to try and get there. And it is going to be fielded on the boundary. And there's plenty of applause. And I'm not sure if there is a 50 up, because it was a 3 for Harrison. And he's moved to 49. So plenty of chuckles away in the hospitality tent as the fans have realised both now sit on 49. 100 up though for Jersey. That must have been the applause. And Guj pops one back to the bowler. Lalit Rajbanshi has got a task to do. Both batters on 49. A little bit of nerves in the air. He looks to close out this over. And Guj has been on 49 for 4 overs now. And a brilliant stop from Rajbanshi continues the wait. Guj has got to remain patient. He has a little scan of the field. Ponders on his next single to reach the half-century mark. And again the ball grips. So easy, a batter can let the pressure get the better of him. Guj remains focused. Down the track, he's hit it high up into the sky. Fielder out there, he's interested. It's been caught on the boundary. Oh, it's a brilliant piece of work. The most eventful way to get to 50. And a top quality piece of fielding from the Nepal captain, Dipendra Singh Array. You've raved about his fielding, Kaz, and that is an unbelievable piece of work on the boundary. He takes the catch, throws it back over, and he almost had a chance. But the story is Guj gets to 50, Jersey 103 for none, 1 ball left in the over with Harrison Carlisle on 49. Could Jersey do it in back-to-back balls? He goes back, punches it into the offside, and a slightly less eventful way to reach 50. And he appreciates the crowd, raises his bat, and a fitting way for both these two opening batters who've got Jersey off to the perfect start get to 15 consecutive balls, congratulate each other, but they know the job's only half done. 104 for none, Jersey, and an incredible over comes to an end.
What an eventful last 2 balls that was. Everything was on show there. But obviously from Dipendra's point of view, had a bit of work to do to get to the boundary. Made it a little bit more difficult for him because the ball was going away from him, hit into the wind. But I'm really happy for the 2 batters. They've really showed that there's some great determination to get over that 50 yards. We see the replay of this effort, and it's almost just, if anything, he's been pulled away from the ball because the ball's going away from him. He's not quite got to the boundary line as high as he would probably want to be to pull it back in, and he's almost pushed it away from him too far.
Two things come to mind then. One of which DSRA was intentionally about 10 yards in from the rope, so it made that job so much more challenging to run backwards, look over your shoulder, and still take the catch. And the other thing, which is so impressive, which shows me and everyone watching a glimpse of how good his fielding is, was that little scan. He had a brief moment, as this one is the googly again, beats Googe on the inside edge. There was a really, really brief moment as he was running back towards the boundary. A split second he looks at the boundary. Where is the rope? How far can he run back to? And it was just in that split second he was able to judge it with perfection.
Yeah, and he, like I say, he is renowned for his fielding. He is one of the better fielders around in associate cricket, and now going into franchise cricket, he's really made a name for himself.
And this googly is a real challenge for the Jersey batters. Both these 2 opening batters going back early to the googly and just about getting it out each time. Do you think the googly is almost a ball Lamachani will be wanting to flight up slightly more, maybe draw the batter onto the front foot, or is it a pretty common dismissal to lose wickets with googlies pouncing a little bit short?
Sandeep is a bowler who does bowl with a little bit of pace, so you'll kind of see his googly with a lower trajectory coming in, so it's almost like a back of the length delivery. However, it's not quite working at the moment, so you do want to draw the batters in. One of his dismissals on Monday was slightly fuller, beaten through the gate, so I do want to see him just bowl a little bit slower in the air, a little bit fuller, see if he can draw the batters to come in and either hit down the ground or hit over the top and obviously beat them through the gap.
Yeah, well remembered of Jake Dumford falling for 5 on Monday to that Lamachani googly, and he almost walked off in resignation at the quality of the ball.
Yeah, and he's got that quality. Again, the 2 spinners now are starting to put a little bit of pressure back on to the Jersey batters. They've couple of good overs. It's key now, again from a captain's point of view, you want to start looking at trying to build some pressure. If you can't find a wicket or there's no obvious mistakes from the batters coming, what you want to do is start putting some pressure on from the bowling perspective to build some dots up, and equally that's a pressure in itself. Or you want a moment of brilliance from your fielders like we nearly had in the last over.
Would you say that Nepal brought their spin on too late? Yes, they had an early spell from Raj Banshi in the power play, but I wonder if they could have brought on Lamachani straight after the power play. Yes, it's a small fix, but as this is a play and a miss from Carline, look at how he dips down and instantly gets frustrated. Do you think they maybe brought on spin too late, or is it minimal?
2 things. One, he was off the pitch for 7 or 8 overs, so coming up to the 10 over period there, he was actually doing laps in front of us, so he might not have been on the pitch ready to go. But the second thing is, you're right, maybe straight after the power play is finished, the field is spread, maybe they could have gone to their fast best premium sort of spin bowler. However, they are here to try to get everybody into the game as often as much as possible. The second practice game that they've got over here is to try and give everybody a chance to get into the game. So, yeah, maybe the bigger picture is not to instantly take wickets, but trying to get everybody in terms of overs and get the workloads up.
Harrison Carline just motioning to the dugout for a request at a drinks. Top edge on the sweep. It lands safely. Goose had a couple of moments like that where a leading edge is taken. It's been well fielded and they'll get back for a second run. Yeah, I have just noticed that Carline is slightly struggling out there. Just in the last few overs, taking his lid off in between the sets of 6. Both on 53 now, these two. More good batting from Googe. Low risk on drive punch out towards long on. The star fielder does the work, and on comes a drink for the two batters. There's Jersey now sit on Nelson, 104 none, 23 overs gone. At what point do these two look to start to up the ante?
25th over. That's a halfway point. You've got wickets in the tent, and you can see from the two batters they're just getting a little bit fatigue starting to creep in a little bit. You know, a few mistakes are starting to come in terms of execution. So yeah, I mean, there's something brewing. There's something coming. Either we're going to get a flurry of runs or we're going to get a breakthrough in the wickets.
Gooch finds a single. Dangerous man to take on. And Carline, the man who just requested some water, has had to go through his paces. He looks up to the sky, just asking Patrick Googe, why? Why do that to me straight off?
It's the last thing you want, isn't it? Young lad calling you through.
Imagine what a 3 would do to him now. There's a shot of a man who's potentially getting a bit tired. It's a good save from Pandey. And Carline gets back for a 2, getting put through his paces. I can see, you did just mention the 25 over mark. I wonder if Carline might start taking it upon himself to bludgeon a few boundaries away. Because Sandeep Lamachani has bowled well. He's used the googly to good effect. As Slip moves out to short third. Maybe that's just a little sign to Carline that he could maybe be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and also a sign that the ball's probably not turning as much for a slip to be in there. As we say that, we see a bit of turn.
I must say, you've made a few unbelievable calls over the last few days, but that one didn't quite land.
So Sandeep's got it wrong, I've got it wrong.
Yeah, blame the bowler. And now a slip comes back in. I think everyone judged that wrong, to be honest. Oh, as the googly so nearly scuttles through onto the stumps. There's a roar from Lamachani in anger. He sets his standards so high, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, and he's been a great servant to Nepal cricket. It's fantastic. Early doors, he was shot onto the limelight very, very, very quickly. Something's brewing here, I can feel it.
Well, there's one ball left to survive for Carline. If there's something brewing, it might just happen now. Lamachani maybe just lobs one up here. He goes flat, and DS Array with the misfield. It's fielded out in the deep by Lalit Rajbanshi. And that ends the over. Carline gets a single. He moves to 56 and will keep the strike. 24 overs gone. 115 for none. And so Rajbanshi will continue. Are you motioning that you might want to see a bit of Arish Sheikh come on to the bowling? Is that what you're saying?
He bowled well the other night.
He did bowl well, took 3 wickets.
Yeah. Bowled well.
And whilst Hemant Dami took the first 4 wickets, Arif took 3 of the next 4.
Yeah.
Including Summerer for a golden duck, Ward for 1, and he got the wicket of one of the 2 men out there. Carline caught out a deep point.
Well, let's just, it could be his turn to rest. I mean, there are some movements happening on the sidelines from the Nepalese guys.
Harrison Carline has to go. The pressure was built. You felt something was brewing, Kaz. And it was a huge swing down the track. And I think that might just be a moment there from Harrison Carline which shows to you that he was just starting to struggle out there. And he goes for a big swing, misses out, and he falls for a very, very well-made 56 from 80 balls. 115 for 1 now, Jersey.
Yeah, I kind of called it, you know. You could see it was starting to come. Something was going to happen. A miscue as he runs down to try and hit that over mid-on, mid-off. Good length delivery, good pace. But overall, a fantastic innings from Harrison as he walks off to a round of applause, both from his teammates, the management, and also the hospitality. Fantastic performance from the opening batter, the number 77 there, as we see a breakthrough from Nepal.
Now, I'd love to see a replay of that, because I'm not quite sure from the angle. I was blocked from young Patrick Gouge whether that was bowled or stumped. Stumped? Let's have a look at it then. Let's make our decision. I think he might have given up to head back here, Carline. Down the track, missed. Rapid gloves. Bit of a close call for the square leg umpire. Carline's got to go. He made a very, very good 56. He'll be immensely proud of that, and against a good quality lineup, good attack. He stood firm. Hit a few strong boundaries away, but we see the new batter, Nick Greenwood. Was the pick of the Jersey bowlers on Monday. See how he does with the bat. And he's had a lot of time to spend with his pads on in the dugout. 24 overs of it. And it does come with its challenges, doesn't it, after an opening stand? Coming in as a number 3. A lot of time sat on the bench waiting to go in. And also with the slight pressure to get going quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't. You know, different batters have different cues and different sort of preparations. Some watch every single delivery, put on some, you know, strain on the mental side of the aspect before they've even got in. Other people like to listen to the music and wait for something to happen and get themselves in. There's other people who are, other batters who are just constantly fidgeting and constantly walking around and trying to get into the action. Everyone's got their different cues on how they prep up on the sides.
Now, you spent a bit of your playing career both opening and in the middle order with the bat. I personally could never not open batting. How did you go about being able to juggle sitting for a period of time which could either be 1 ball or 5 hours?
Yeah, great question. Great question. Try and stay there as long as possible so it kills the innings down. But I think from my point of view, opening was something that I was manufactured into because we had a position available, and at the time the team that we were playing for. You know, it was something that was asked of me, and I kind of took the responsibility. And then eventually going down to, after a couple of years of opening, going down to sort of one down, where I favoured that position a little bit more. But the key thing for me is, why wouldn't you want to face a new ball, a new challenge, put the team into a really good position? Power play kicks in, fielders' restrictions are in place.
And as we see, a change of wicketkeeper. Now, he's got Hemant Dhami's shirt on. Whether that is actually Hemant Dhami, we'll have to find out for you, because we did struggle a little bit on Monday with 2 number 13s out on the pitch. We'll do our best to let you know who that is. But after a very, very good stumping, Asif Sheikh does depart the field. He'll be having a little bit of a break at the 25 over mark. And Greenwood begins his time facing Lamachani with a confident push into the offside. Greenwood will take a single, even post a breakthrough for Nepal. It continues to be a little bit flat out there in the field. And Jersey batters, it gives them the ability to keep going about their business. Patrick Googe in particular will be targeting 3 figures, that's for sure. 117 for 1 here, Jersey. He's got a mighty problem to solve with Lamachani, who continues to run in. Takes a single into the offside, well fielded by Kushal Patel. This might be me being a little bit harsh here, but do you think it's a slight technical issue? A lot of Lamachani's googlies are tending just to be a fraction short.
He does bowl it quick through the air, and the trajectory wise, he's not one to get over the top of his delivery. As that ball races away past the 45 position on the leg side, tucked in nicely there from Patrick Googe. Again, a googly that's not been effective. Trickle down for 4 runs.
Yeah, misfield there from the fielder at short fine. Lamachani definitely won't be too happy, as the hospitality tent continues to rumble and murmur. And there's the googly again, just slightly short from Lamachani. I would love to see a batter be forced to get on the front foot to the googly. See if Lamachani can really lob a few up there. Maybe he's not getting quite enough purchase to be able to put it up above the eye line with confidence, but I'm sure Lamachani's got something up his sleeve. And that drive pops through the hands of Kushal Patel. The standards in the field have just ever so slightly dropped here for Nepal. They need to keep the pressure up as Jersey get through to 1-2-4 for 1.
Yeah, and interesting point you made there of the fielding standards. A slight contrast difference to what we saw the other night in terms of being efficient, being on it, not making any mistakes in the field. You can just see it didn't help in the first over or so, very early doors. We had the overthrows coming in. You know, the standards have been okay so far, but I'm pretty sure the Nepal management under the watchful eye of Stuart Law would probably just want them boys to be a little bit more clinical in the field. And that's another challenge you have on days like this, where you are bowling first. It's a different challenge. It's a new day. It's a fresh challenge. So you gotta try and tick all the boxes as much as possible.
Now, as we see Kushal Patel, he was doing some warming up with his spin into the glove, into the mitt of Stuart Law on the sidelines, but now he's here, ready to go. Spins himself a catch, and he's in now, and slashed away by the man with the half century. Patrick Googe gets to the non-strikers as a drag down begins the spell from Patel. definitely a less breezy day at Grainville. Still the cloud cover remains. And Greenwood continues to tick along with ones and twos. So we just get a still moment in today's weather. Nicer day than we had for the first one day at. Googe goes back, punches up to long off for an extra single. Googe continues to impress. And I wonder if Bertel might just be one of those bowlers. We often see it more in the longer format when a partnership is set. And when a pitch is good for batting, actually a part-time leggy is the kind of bowler that could break a partnership, whether it's with a drag down or a magic delivery, or whether it's a delivery which just might make the batter's eyes light up and think that it's a boundary on offer. Greenwood remains patient there.
And he's bowled alright, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's put the ball in the right areas, ball into his field, as he looks to bring in a slight fielding change here. Depender from mid-on moving to long on, and a fielder at deep mid-wicket coming inside the ring.
That's a good delivery. Hanging the ball on about a 4th, 5th stump line with a bit of leg spin, but that ends the over. Umpire hands the cap back to Bertel, and Jersey is at 127 for one from their 27 overs and continue to tick along nicely. And now the question remains of at what point Jersey will look to start clicking up through the gears. And me personally, I reckon we'll probably wait until about the 37, 35 over mark, which might seem late for you.
Yeah, traditionally teams tend to go around, 32, 30, 35 at the latest. The last 15 overs, last 18 overs, they're trying to capitalise as much as possible, especially in this position. You've got wickets in the tent. They could go earlier if the two set batters were in, but obviously you've got a change up in Nick Greenwood coming in, who's might need a little bit of time into the crease, although he's on 9 off 12. He's done really well since he's been in. But yeah, at some point they're going to have to accelerate. If that 300 mark should definitely be a target for me.
Googe getting really, really low into his shots off the front foot. It's a good sign of a good player of spin. Movements are quick. Amachani searching for a wicket now. Can he get one on the board? Beautiful shot as Googe rushes through for the first run, even though it's got single written all over it. Such a great sign of a young batter, willing to push to every run.
Yeah, he's looked good, hasn't he? He's looked solid. Solid young batter, only 23 years of age. It looks a quality find for Jersey. He's batted really well, showed some confidence, pulled really well, looks to really get into his stride here. He's looked good. Game plan against spin has been good so far. He's obviously watchful. Early doors against the seamers, a really good find.
Good glove work from the man who's been subbed on. But yeah, Googe is looking mature beyond his years at the moment. So Lamachani. Lofts a good length ball just outside the line of off stump. I am enjoying watching Lamachani go about his business and lobbing the odd ball up. Who's in class? So there is the googly again, just a touch short. We'll definitely be looking to pitch that one up, but that ends the over. 129 for 1, as we now see Kushal Patel come back onto the bowling, and I can now deliver you a few stats about his one-day international bowling career. He's bowled exactly 100 overs now, just with the one maiden. Best figures of 4 for 20 coming against the Netherlands. He also has a 4 for 23 against the USA. And the man behind the stumps, who has been subbed on for Asif Sheikh at the 25 over mark, we can confirm, is Binod Bandari. Kushal Patel making a few tinkers and changes to his field. Short fine leg comes slightly squarer. DS Array is out at long on. Deep mid wicket 2. Here's Patel. And Googe knocks a single up towards Array. Nepal skipper. Jersey tick over the 130 mark. And Googe into the 60s.
Yeah, you'd want to get Googe playing as long as possible now. He's obviously been in for 74 deliveries for his 60.
A sweetly timed drive beats the extra cover fielder. Yeah, just from a personal player point of view, he'll be seeing this as a great opportunity just to bat time. Almost be the anchor throughout this Jersey innings. Another quick single, brilliant batting, great intensity. Would you say that when you've got, let's say you've got a bat set, like we have here, it might depend on the batter, but is it up to the man who's set to kick on, or is it up to the players who can come in around him to kick on, or are you looking for positivity from both? Let's come back to it after this ball. As Greenwood looks for a 2, Googe is keen, and a slight misfield brings about the second rung. Patel is furious with his man out there. But what would you say? Whose job is it to start kicking on?
It's $1 million question you've just asked me there. I also think it's the intent of where you're playing as well, and what level you're playing at. Obviously, when you get club cricket, you get guys who are coming in and they want to work around the batter who's been in there for a long period of time. They'll end up taking the high risk element and keep the batter who's been in for a while to bat longer, so that he can have a little bit of a break and then go on and kick on a little bit later. I think at the higher level game, you'll get the guy who's just come in to support as much as possible the guy who's been in for long periods of time, and then when he's ready, they can alternate between the two on who kicks on and who doesn't. Key thing here is you cannot give your wickets away cheaply. Patrick Googe has done really well, and I'm sure from a personal perspective he'll want to keep batting out there for as long as period, but from a team perspective as well, the longer he bats, the more runs they're putting onto the board with a guy who's in form and who's been there for long periods.
Well, Jersey still with plenty of firepower to come. The likes of Jonty Jenner, who spoke so well out there at the toss. Looking forward to another challenge. As another one of your calls comes off here. Kaz, you've asked for it, and it's time for the man who took 3 wickets on Monday. Arif Sheikh, for a little bit of those slightly pace off, but off the long run deliveries.
Yeah, and I thought he was really effective on Monday. He did really well. But again, it'll be a different challenge for him here, because Team Nepal have only got 1 wicket at the moment. Different conditions. He's bowling to a set batter. So it'll be interesting to see what he's going to do and what his plan is here.
Moves through low.
Skiddy bowler.
Yeah, it's got a bit, but it's a sight we've seen a lot of, as you mentioned earlier today, from that end. The ball just having more of a tendency to shoot through low. Good glove work from Binod. Again, there it is. I wonder if that's just more a sign of the skiddy nature of the bowler or more from the pitch here.
The danger here is that he gets a massive thick edge or a slight nick into the keeper's glove here, playing that shot. The tactic is obviously have the keeper up and trying to get him to play from the crease, skid the ball on as much as possible.
And that one picks up as Guj predicted and gets a single out towards Raj Banchu, does the work. Yeah, it's when those flat batted shots come with the extra risk when there is that variable bounce. And it's a shot he really enjoys. Guj using the pace down towards third man and backward point region. The late cuts is a shot he executes well. As there's a sign of a ball just picking up off a back of a length ball.
It's a rare sign from that end, a ball just taking off. A lot of the balls have kept sort of almost waist height, sort of thigh pad height. So that's just and a great take behind the stumps.
And Guj, a young lad, now in the 60s. Different players, obviously, will be thinking about the milestone. And that feels like a better shot to play on that length with the straight bat, being able to cope with the varying bounce, but that ends the over 135 for 1. Now 30 over mark.
Prediction time.
Let's have a think, Kaz. Jersey, 300 still the target?
Absolutely. I think from this position, 20 overs in, you'd another 165 off 20 overs. You'd like to think they would get there with wickets in the tent. And I think it'll be a really good platform and another tick in the box from the batting department to get up to that 300 mark.
And it is just worth remembering, Jersey still only have 135 runs. Yes, we're 30 overs in and they've lost the 1 wicket. But if Jersey try and kick on too early and lose a couple of wickets, all of a sudden 135 for 3 or 4 doesn't look quite as convincing. As he cuts confidently down the ground. And I'd say the role for Guj now is just to bat through the 50. Kick on when he's ready, but it's actually up to the other players more to come in and take on the wrist shots, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and almost give him a little bit of a breather for 10 overs and let him go again in the last 10. But he's got to look to stick around as much as possible. Keep rotating strike.
Pulled away nicely, skipping along the boundary. And Nick Greenwood gets the boundary to his name. He moves to 16, and a slight drag down from Kushal Patel as he whips out. I've never seen that. He's pulled almost a string out of his playing bottoms.
I think what you've just seen there is often players cut the trouser so it fits around the ankle a little bit better, and the threading from the ankle or what he's cut out is probably what's quite loose there.
Well, I hope he doesn't have a trousers malfunction.
And we don't want to see that.
No,
do
we don't. Especially a man of his quality. Solid punch through the covers.
Although I do believe he is a bit of a gym buff, so I'm sure his tattoos and his pectoral muscles and everything else, I'm sure he's not as shy of a selfie in front of the mirror. I don't think he'll mind having a malfunction anyway. Shot.
Well played from Googe. Thought about to. The Jersey batters have been so impressive. Everything you look for in a 50-over innings in terms of the first 30. They put away bad balls, and running between the wickets has been top class. There's no sign of Googe getting tired out there.
No, they've done really well, and a typical Jersey performance with the bat in the first 30 overs. It's been really good to see against a really quality opposition from Nepal. I think they've done really well. They've shown they can have some resilience in coming back from the performance from the other day, but they've also shown that they've played some good cricket shots, they've respected good deliveries, they've played off the bad balls, but they've also looked to rotate the strike, which is quite key at this point, which they didn't do a lot of. I mean, bear in mind, we did lose a lot of wickets, but it's good to see that they're picking up singles inside the ring and rotating strike. And they've capitalised on the short ball and the boundary ball as much as possible.
They just have to hope now, right, that the collapse doesn't come, because the collapse would ruin all the hard work. And if they, I mean, similar to Nepal, where they were on Monday. Again, looking for two. Googe, good fielding out in the deep. But at the 35th over in Nepal's first innings, they were 172 for 2. And then ended up on 250.
Largely down to a massive shower and change of condition on the pitch, and, dare I say, excellent bowling from Jersey, who came out with a real definitive plan. So credit goes to Jersey. Not sure we're going to get quite the same rainfall, and also the condition changing of the pitch. Shot.
Backwards square, but fielder out there, well placed, collects. So I guess my question here now is, excluding the rainpour, there is still the potential there. If they get the next 10 overs or so wrong, Jersey would be incredibly unhappy with a score below 250.
Yeah, you'd like to think that 115 overs takes them to 250 with 5 overs to go.
Okay.
Or little 5 overs to go, and trying to get up to that. You know, they might have a good spell in there, but 15 overs, 100 runs, it's not unheard of at this level with this amount of wickets. So I would probably say even 100, 120, 130. And with that kind of batting there from that explosion that we've just seen from Patrick Googe there, short ball from Arif, he's tucked into that and it's gone towards the cow corner area. Fantastic cricket shot for 4 runs.
He's done that so well today, hasn't he? The way he's used that pull shot to great effect. And so often the short balls haven't hurried him. It's how he got out on Monday, and almost the fact that Nepal have targeted it has worked to his favour, because he is so strong on the back foot.
Yeah, and I've got to question why his ball's short when there's no deep cow corner out there. The only fielder that's deep seems to be just behind square, And in all the pull shots that we've seen so far, bar the swivel pull that's gone behind the fine leg, everything's gone in front of square leg. So you can question the tactic.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a huge amount of real clear planning from the Nepal bowlers as we see Rajbanshi take over. Greenwood queries the prospect of a quick cover single. As Jersey tick over the 150 mark now, with 32 overs gone. Single taken this time, putting the fielder under pressure. Causes the fumble in the pickup. Now Patrick Goose sits on 70. Greenwood has done his job to perfection, under the radar, getting up to the 20 mark, seeing himself in after a long opening stand. Great stop from Patel. You can see there's a few fielders out there where the Jersey batters just hesitate that little bit more about the chance of a single.
Yeah, absolutely, and a fine, flying Kushal Brutal mid-wicket doing the work for the left-arm spinner. Crucial in that area.
Googe has rotated the strike well down the ground. And it's the way he hits gaps with conviction. As a head coach, when you look at a young batter coming through and the key signs which show true potential, how much is it that impresses you around the striking of a ball? Because when Googe has middled it, it has gone a long way. But what I found so impressive is when he looks for singles, he really, firmly strikes it into a gap. He hits the deep fielder or he'll hit someone in the ring. And as we pause for a drinks break on 153 for one, how important is that when you're looking for young talent?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of the key criteria that you want from a batting perspective is players who can rotate the strike, who are game intelligent, so they have an ability to play back foot, front foot off both fast bowlers and spinners, but also who are players who've got a little bit of power, but also the finesse of the touch cricket, so they can find the angles, they can rotate the strike, they can get in between, making really good decisions, and they look to value the wickets. But also some batters who have some acceleration in the plan as well. So these are the criteria that I would be looking for if I'm looking for a young batter. Obviously a great point for young cricketers out here, it's not always about power, and the lads who've got power sometimes don't have the finesse, the touch cricket, the angles, and the lads who've got finesse don't always have the power, a little bit like Joe Root when he was younger.
And Patrick Googe, who's been so impressive, sits on 71 off 87 balls. You can see Greenwood there on 20 from 31, just the one wicket today. Harrison Carlisle falling for 56 from 80 balls. Off the bowling of Rajbanshi, stumped well behind by Asif Sheikh. And that left them 115 for one just before the halfway mark, and now Jersey past 150 with 17 overs to go. Let's get your prediction.
Oh, prediction time. 17 overs to go. I'm still looking around the 280, 300 mark. I'm confident on the Jersey batters. They've shown some real skill. But I'm also confident that Nepal aren't just going to rest easy, and they're going to look to show a more determined finish, and they will pick up a few wickets. So there will be a little bit of a restriction. I'd love to see them go past 300 and see it really put the pressure back onto the Nepal guys, but I still think that Nepal have got enough quality in the bowling lineup to restrict Jerseys to around about 270, 290, something like that.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there. I think that 280 mark is what they'll aim for. There is the chance that if they go pushing for that 300, it's around 9 runs per over from here. And if these two batters just go a little bit too early, if they go too soon, all of a sudden, if it doesn't come off, you've got 2 new batters coming out for the last 15 overs.
The danger is that you leave it too late. You've got 7 overs left before the 40th over, which leaves you 60 balls effectively to get them runs. And like you say, if you're losing wickets at a regular basis, you end up falling way shorter than that. You might even get to sort of 240 mark. But you want to see how long Goose can kick in for, and Nick Greenwood supporting him as much as possible. I would love to see a flurry of runs coming through. I think spectators want it, we want it. You know, everybody around the world wants to see a really good score put here. But also from Nepal's point of view, they've really rung the fielders around. The bowlers have come in and everyone's had a bit of a spell. Everyone's got some quality overs in. I'd love to see Sandeep, 6 overs, none for 22. I'd love to see Sandeep coming in and finishing his 10 overs. The 2 fast bowlers will probably be coming back on. So Sampal Kami and Hemant Dami, they'll be looking to come back in and try and get some overs, as will Karan KC. The interesting for me is Lalit, who's gone for 1 for 20, who's the only one who's picked up a wicket here off his 8 overs. Maybe he can bowl out his 10 and really build some confidence up in trying to get his 10 overs. Again, it is a great day out for the boys to get some quality practice in, probably their last practice before they move on to the Netherlands for their Challenge 2 league. Be interesting to see whether they do.
Well, Lalit Rajbanshi, I think, has been a real performer today for Nepal, and he's case forward for a solid spot in this side. And you can see 1 for 20, going at about 2.5 runs and over. And I must say, on Monday he looked a little bit subdued. Sandeep Lamachani was landing the ball well. He took the wicket of the 2 spinners, and Rajbanshi felt like he couldn't quite get into his spell. And maybe just that short spell with the new ball that helped him get into his rhythm today, and he's looked brilliant. Here's Arif. Lofted drive, it's gone off the outside edge and run down towards a 3rd man where Lamachani does the fielding.
We're on the last drinks break. We had a flurry of boundaries straight after. I wonder what we're going to get over here. The one bowler who's not actually had a ball or turned his arm over yet is Dipendra, a darter who bowls very, very quick off spin.
Chance for a run out. Brilliant piece of work from Rohit Padel, the skipper. But again, more good running from the Jersey batters, and I would quite like to see Nandan Yadav get another spell under his belt. He's only bowled 2 overs today. As this is a chance out towards the backward point fielder, who's out on the boundary and ends up taking it well on the bounce. Very, very similar to how Harrison Carlisle got dismissed in the first game. That sort of rash pull shot off the top edge, caught at deep point, but not this time. But yeah, I don't think Nandan Yadav has quite been given the chance to pull off a job he can do well. Greenwood takes a single out into the covers.
Yeah, and the danger is you don't give him any more overs, and he goes into a big tournament having had this experience and this level of outcome. As a captain, maybe even as a head coach, I'd want all my bowlers going into the big tournament fully confident that they can execute the skills. It's not been his 2 overs so far. He looked relatively easy to play, but I would like to sort of maybe just get him in a couple of more overs where he feels more confident leaving the pitch today.
Obviously it's challenging, you can't please everybody, but is the priority for Nepal, for a player like Nandan Yadav, or for someone who's low on confidence, actually to really give them a solid run out on a day like this? Or, you know, now with the game situation needing a wicket, do you then prioritise that wicket taking? It's a tricky challenge.
it is a very tricky challenge, but also you're in the period of the game now where you're going to have to rely on your resources who are going to close the game out for you in a big tournament. So you can't just keep throwing the ball, you know, to everybody. I think that stage has gone now. Yeah, we're coming up to the last 15-16 overs of the game where the guys who are bowling at the back end of the games in their major tournament will want to practice their skills and make sure they're right as well. So the fast bowlers in Sampal Kami, Karen Casey, you know, Hemant, these guys will want to be coming back in as they did on the first game, just to sort of close out their skills and make sure that they can do the final preparations in a game situation, which is a different pressure to doing it in a net environment.
Valuable time out on the pitch for both sides here. Rajbanshi bowling his penultimate over of his spell. In the pick of the bowlers so far for Nepal. In this slanted approach he has to the crease. Down the track comes Guj. I think he's hit the gap here. Yes, he has. And it's Bim Sharkey out in the deep who does some nimble work.
Hitting it with the into the breeze. Didn't really quite get hold of it. It was a bit of a clothy sort of toe sound.
Now he's targeting the cow corner area. And Rajbanshi again continuing to prove hard to put away. Kushal Patel out here at long on, I reckon knows he's in the game here, with Jersey batters looking to up the ante. But again, Rajbanshi holds his line and length. The support he's getting from his skipper Rohit at cover, he's very impressed with his left arm spinner.
If there was one area of maybe a little bit of a critical observation, is that maybe they've just allowed the left arm spin to be bowled to them. I would love to see a little bit more aggression coming out, using the crease a little bit more, trying to attack the left arm spinner into out to trying to hit the vacant sort of over extra cover region, trying to hit the deep fielders a bit more often. At the moment we've seen a lot of balls that have gone into short cover, backward point, gone back to the bowler playing straight. Maybe look to manoeuvre that a little bit more.
As that ends the 35th, 159 for 1. Just building on your point there, Kaz, how challenging is it for a spin bowler when these players of spin can pull out the sweep, pull out the reverse sweep, and it feels like that shot might be what's missing from that spell of Rajbanshi from the batter's perspective.
Yeah, we haven't seen enough creativity against spin. And I think you're 100% right. It's becoming a little bit one-dimensional where you're looking to just punch off the back foot, and it can get you can get stuck with that. There needs to be a little bit more creativity. I'd love to see some sweep shots. I'd love to see some reverse sweeps, come down the track, hit over the top, maybe hit extra cover, over extra cover a little bit more. Not seen enough of that.
Beautiful cut shot, sweet timing through backward a point by young Guj. He moves to 79, and it has felt a real tactic from these batters to take on the pace and be a little bit more reserved to the spin.
Yeah, a little bit easier picking with the pace, especially at Arif's pace here. Not express. He's looking to bowl more line and length, but there's some width on offer there, and he's just crashed into that.
Here he goes again, but this time deep point has been brought round. Bim Sharkey doing the work out there. We saw a lot of Nepal boundaries on Monday go through backward a point, and I think what they've done well is they have maintained deep point relatively square. The top edge on a slashing cut is running out towards Lamachani out in the deep. But actually, especially later on the innings, we've seen very few boundaries go through extra cover area, and it's absolutely right to have the deep fielder out in the offside, the sweeper as such, relatively square, maybe even behind square, because of the pace off this wicket.
Yeah, absolutely, and also because of where the ball is being pitched by the bowlers, just slightly back of the length, the cut shots are becoming easier, and the fact that they haven't got a man on point, they've got a guy really behind Kushal who's sort of in between, sort of deep backward if you like, and then you've got a point who's also behind trying to cut out that boundary option. I would love to see a guy on point and a guy at deep backward just to sort of cut that option out. The half chances are coming in, and they're not hitting them along the ground. They're aerial shots, so they are half chances. Beautiful shot.
More punching off the back foot. Bim Sharkey's had a lot of work to do out there. He falls slightly awkwardly, but there's some terrific work out there in the deep. Prevents the boundary. So now as we approach the end of this first innings, with the bowlers likely to come back on and bowl some pace, we do have Sandeep Lamichhane doing some warming up. What would you love to see, especially the pace bowlers, when Jersey start coming at them? What do you want to see both the fielding side do plan-wise, and what do you want the pace bowlers to start doing?
I'm actually crying out for some variation.
Yeah,
I would love to see on this pitch, I'm pretty sure the Jersey boys will do this, I would love to see some variation. I know they're going to hold length, which is fine, but I would love to see pace taken off, cutters, wideish Yorkers at a straight line, slow ball bouncers, just really to change the timing gap of the batters. Not seen enough of that. Everything seems to be with pace on at the moment, and I think now being the second day of this pitch, it really requires somebody to just be confident and strong enough to bowl some different variations.
There's the sweep shot. First time we've seen it today. It's gone for 6. And Patrick Googe, for the first time of the day, he tried a reverse sweep earlier on and then seemed to put it away. And it's the one thing you said, wasn't it, Kasim, about how the batters just slightly have let Rajbanshi bowl to him.
Yeah, and the interesting point was that it was slightly flightier, a little bit more slower in the air, so it's allowed him to sort of, and a little bit fuller, which was the key thing here. But boy, did he hit that hard. He's got into a really good position, strong, solid head position going down the line, fast hands coming through, down to up, which has allowed the trajectory to go over the boundary. What a fantastic cricket shot.
I feel like Googe is on a mission here just to slightly ruin Rajbanshi's figures.
Might need a couple more sixes, I reckon, to do that. I would take 1 for 27 off 10.
But yeah, it's felt like a relatively timid first 36 overs, and no team has opted to take control of the game, and it means this whole innings, how we look back on it after 50 overs, is going to be completely down to what happens in the last 13.
Yeah, and often you kind of want to build up for the last 12, 13, 14 overs, where you've got a really good platform at 176, which Jersey have, and you've got wickets in the 10th, so they've got 2 major milestones in their favour. It's about now how the lad is on.
An outside edge with a drive across the line. Googe comes back for 2.
I was just saying, Patrick, who's on 86, who now moves to 82 with that 2 to 45 area in the offside. You want to now see him kicking on. He's getting to that 40th over now. You want to see him kicking on now. He's had his time where he's nudged and nurdled around and sort of got some support from Nick Greenwood, who's on 28 or 41. Both of these two guys can now accelerate and leave, 13 overs. I would love to see flurry of runs, maybe get 100 or 13 overs. That would be exciting, wouldn't it?
Well, it's up to these two now to plan ahead. They'll definitely be having these discussions, won't they? They'll be saying, let's get to 40, Or maybe they'll just be thinking, maybe it's time now to kick on. Sampal Kami then. Got a good spell early doors. Just the 3 overs, a short one before Raj Banshi took over. But it's a swap of ends for Sampal Kami. An end we've seen more success from with the pace over the last few days. And this might almost just now be a sign to the batters. Pace is on. It's the closing stages. Do they take it on now? An absolute cracker. You can't play those.
You can't. Snort them, but you can't play them.
Well, welcome back to the attack, Sampal Kami. That'll give him a huge confidence boost as he runs in from the edge of the ring now. Greenwood gets on top of it well, plays it well into the leg side. And Raj Banshi lets the ball go through. The fans from Nepal are trying to cheer on their team till the end. How I would describe it is a little bit more Jersey support, but a little bit less Nepal support, is how I put it.
Definitely. But the Jersey fans have been fantastic so far. They've really trickled in. Got the beverages of choice in their hand as they find their spot around the ground.
And a real change of dynamic as Kami does come onto the bowling. It's been an educated crowd, isn't it? You know, I always love it when a shot which a proper cricket fan understands and appreciates brings about a ripple of applause.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm pretty sure they've seen some really good days here supporting Jersey over the past few years.
Guj on 88. A milestone on the horizon for this 23-year-old opening batter. But he's also got a bigger job to do, which is take Jersey up towards a total which could be beyond Nepal's sight. In at the stumps from Kami, who's already changed the feeling of this game. And if the Jersey batters were thinking about a wait until a return to pace to then start upping the run rate, Kami is showing that that is going to be more challenging than it might seem.
Yeah, he's bowled well, hasn't he, in his first over. In his second spell, he's come back. He's only gone for the 2 singles. He's looked to bowl hard length, looked to bowl into the pitch.
Greenwood picks it up. Fielder at deep squares running after it. Couple of bounces and a great stop. He didn't put in the dive, but did exactly what he had to do the work. And it's Arjun Kumal out there who saves the 1 extra run, and Greenwood gets through to 3. So that's the end of the over. 183 for 1. Just the 12 overs to go now, and 10 runs and over would take them just over the 300 mark. If they get there, it'd be a brilliant result for Jersey. But anything under 275 would feel like they probably could have gone harder.
Yeah, and just proceedings have gone a little bit harder with the main man, Sandeep Lemachani, coming on from the pavilion end. Did get a bit of success the other night from this end. Be interesting to see how well the Jersey batters look to combat the googly from this end, hitting into the wind, which me personally, I would have liked to have seen him start from this end. But I definitely think it's going to be an exciting last 12 if they're going to get up to that 300 mark.
Sweep shot, top edge. Sharky's in the game. Brilliant diving catch. Judged it to perfection. And Nick Greenwood knew it was approaching the time where he'd have to start cracking on. And he opted to take on the first ball from Lamashani, who ends up having the last laugh. He gets his first wicket of the day. Nick Greenwood has to go for a well-made 32 from 44. Jersey now 183 for 2. And now, Jersey have got an interesting task ahead.
They have, and I just called it just literally seconds before. I always thought coming on from this side, Sandeep would have been in a better position. Obviously, batter's hitting into the wind. He's got some excellent fielders out there. Bim has done the hard work there to really support his bowler. But I always thought it's going to be an interesting last 12 overs now with the main man himself coming on. Got a new batter approaching.
Here comes Zach Tribe. And maybe, just maybe, do you think we're getting signs that it is quite a hard pitch to click up, you know, really start to get aggressive on? Do you think that maybe the two-pace aspect of this pitch is making it a little bit challenging?
Possibly, and which is why I'm asking for more variations for the fast bowlers. Not just about going to hard length.
Yep.
So you can see it's two-pace. You can see, you know, the signs are there that it's difficult, that the ball isn't always coming onto the pitch. But you can also see that, you know, giving different variations, giving different opportunities for the bowlers to bowl different lengths, but also bringing on some different variations to help change the context of the timing element really does help. And it makes it harder for the batters to score their runs. So I don't think they've gone early enough in my perspective.
And now it's time for Zach Tribe to settle into his innings. And it's going to just be a case of how long will it take for him to be able to get into a position to kick on. But there's still time left in this game. Flowing drive, played and missed.
Big leg spinner there from Sandeep Lemachani. He's got the ability to turn the ball both sides past the edge. And he'll just be weighing up a little tactical plan against Zach Tribe here. We're trying to set him up for his googly.
Googe running to the danger end. And gets home safely. I'm a big fan of how Lamachani approaches the crease. You get some spinners that really amble up slowly. Lamachani gets to the wicket with pace. The spinner really gets pace behind the ball.
Yeah, and again, a little bit of a learning point here. Coaching tip for young spinners who are trying to get into the game. Leg spin is never easy, so you're always going to go for runs, so you have to be patient. The other things you can affect from a leg spin point of view is your approach, is the energy at the crease, is how quickly you get on off the back foot into the front foot, the energy going into your delivery. Your release points always are affected by, you know, where you are at the crease, at the release element. But it also allows you to get through the action quicker, which means your trajectory at this level, white ball cricket, it's not test match where you can float it up a little bit more.
Now Sompar Kami. Ramp attempt from Googe. The shot's on with short fine leg in the circle. And Now he's in the 90s. He's really going to be thinking whether he can start to push on during this period. Under 11 overs to go. Pulled high, top edge. Lamachani running in, ends up receiving it just on the half volley, almost in at his chest. But Gouge showing signs that he's willing to crack on regardless of the looming milestone. Selfless batting.
Yeah, wide, short delivery, tucked into that, but again he's hitting into the wind. Lamachani not quite getting there as quickly as the bowler would have liked. Half a chance going up in the air, caught it off the one bounce.
Zach Tribe looks so calm out there. So calm. He knows he's got time. He knows it would be a poor decision just to instantly start playing with ultra aggression when there is this much time left. It's a real balanced jersey. You've got a strike hit. They're approaching the 200 mark. Still 2 wickets down with 3 balls away from the 10 overs to go point. Back of a length. Just picked up with a little bit extra bounce from Sampal Kami. And this man's going to be an extra challenge for the Jersey batters. Only gone for 14 runs from his 28 balls. Wow. Brilliant shot from Tribe. And it's gone all the way. Pounced on the short pitch ball from Sampal Kami, trusted the deck, and clubbed it away for 6 runs, sorry.
Yeah, contrast difference for the ball before. Obviously the ball before was a little bit shorter with a bit more pace, a little bit more height, sort of helmet height. Whereas this one hasn't really got up. Has allowed Zach Tribe to pull the ball towards the cow corner, and he did get a large chunk of it out the middle of the bat. Sailed over for another 6 in this game. Fantastic batting, and maybe that's a sign.
Good length from Kami, and Tribe treating it with respect. There ends the 40th over. Jersey in a good position. 8 short of the 200 mark, 192 for 2, 10 overs to go. They'll be looking to go in total for these last 10. If they can get them away for 100 and get to 290, that'd be an excellent result.
Yeah, it will be. 60 balls. You'd want to say that you're going to try and target around the 75 run mark. Kind of gets you up to that 260, 270 mark. If they can have a decent over where they can get a 15 or a 20, the 280, 285, 290 is on. But again, Sandeep's still got another 3 overs left. 2 after this one.
It's very easy, isn't it, to say 100 from the last 10 overs, but when you've got bowlers of Lamachani's calibre, as you mentioned, with 3 of those 10 left to go, makes the ordeal a little bit more challenging. This looks like buys. Gouge goes for a big swing. Almost called him Goujon there. I'm getting hungry, Kaz. We're approaching the break, which comes at 2:30. It's a fixed point in time, so if the 50 overs isn't done by that point, then a break will be taken. Zach Tribe really getting his front foot out to the ball. Get through to a good single there, do Jersey. Thumbs up from Gouge. And Zach Tribe is certainly a player who can bat at a good rate and seal an innings. I'm thinking of his not out 54 in the final of the sub-regional European qualifiers. Reverse sweep goes just over backward point. So Gouge moves to 95 with an unorthodox stroke. He manages to get away with it, but don't let that take away the brilliance of the timing. 198 for 2 now, Jersey.
Excellent cricket shot, and something we called out a little bit earlier on. Be inventive against the spin. We saw a conventional slug sweep out towards the leg side earlier on from Gouge, 6 runs, and now we've seen something even more brilliant to get it out to the offside.
Down the track, could this be the moment? The fielder's in the question. Sharkey takes the catch. The gorgeous innings comes to an end. He gets a shake of the hands with Lamichani, the bowler. And Patrick Gouge falls 5 runs short from a maiden international ton. He can't quite believe it, but he was doing the task for the team. He wanted to up the ante. There was 10 overs to go, and he wanted to do the job that his team so desperately needed him to, which was up the run rate. And now as he walks off to a standing ovation here at Grainville, appreciates the crowd, takes off his lid, and a brilliant innings of 95 comes to an end, and he's put Jersey into a terrific position to go on and claim the last 10 overs.
Yeah, absolutely, and credit goes to the young man, 23 years of age, 95 off 110 balls, fantastic striking. If anything, he's just got under it too early. Hitting into, obviously, the breeze, fielders out in the deep. I always said Sandeep coming on from this end is going to be a little bit more challenging. If anything, I would probably have liked to see him gone out, inside out, probably try and target the offside a little bit more, but credit where credit's due. What a fantastic innings, and really put a platform up for Jersey.
Now it's up to the middle order. It'd be good after this over just to get your thoughts on how difficult it is for middle order batters in white ball games to come in with the pressure of needing to score quickly early on in your innings.
Well, judging by that first ball, Jonty's definitely not leaving that one, is he? After his little experience on Monday, he's made sure he's hit the middle of the bat. But yeah, I mean, the danger is that middle order batsmen come in and it's hard for them to get into this wicket. As coaches, we always say that if you're in, go on and get a daddy 100, go on and get a big 100, go on and get a big score, and get players working around you. What's actually happened now is, relatively, you've got 2 new batters in at the crease in a time where the team needs to kick on, and they need a bit of an acceleration. So they're going to have to do this quite quickly and then look to sort of really get over, as we see the 41st over complete, and Jersey get over to 201 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yep, just over the 200 mark, and a man that I've been asking to give an extra go to. Nandan Yadav, after a couple of overs, went for 14. He was having a tricky time bowling the short ball ploy, which isn't really his style, and now he's got a chance here to take a couple of wickets and really start to pile the pressure on Jersey. So that one swings into Jonty Jenner. A good delivery from Yadav. Well backed up. And with 9 overs to go, you've got to feel again just to come back to the target Jersey want to set. 290 would be a very good result.
Yeah, it would be an excellent result. I'm slightly curious as to Sampal bowling 1 over from that end and then coming back off again. I'm not sure what the thought process was there.
I think he might have had 2,
Two?
maybe 3. I think it's because it was tricky because it was split by the drinks break. I think it might have been shown to just almost as if it didn't look like he bowled quite as many. But yeah, you're right. It was a very short spell for Cammy. There's been a couple of those for him today. A couple of short, sharp spells where he's maintained pace. Jack tried dropping it into the offside. He knows his role here. He's just going to try and keep the scoreboard ticking. I reckon Tribe will try and be there at the end and players are going to come in and play around him. But he's also shown that he's got the ability to hit the big shot.
I think at this stage, every batter who's coming in, they've got a big shot in them. A boundary ball in and ability to accelerate. I think the key thing is finding the right ball as often as possible in order to manufacture a boundary option.
Back of a length, it's just come off the glove. And it's run away down to third man. I'm pleased I got my fielding on camera there. Good work from the man over at deep cover. I was a little bit worried. You see I pulled out the long barrier there? I almost ripped my trousers.
I heard a noise. I wasn't quite sure what it was, but I think you got assisted by the boundary rope nicely.
I was worried for a minute. I've got a bit of a story actually. I've got a scar on my face actually, just above my lip, and it came from hockey, and I wasn't actually playing. I was a spectator.
The plot thickens.
Slashing cut shot. Brilliant from Jonty Jenner. As he threw the hands at a wide short one from Nandan Yadav and gets 4. Jersey moves to 211 for 3. And this over's gone for 10 already. And yes, I was actually watching my brother at the time. And at some Astro hockey pitches, you get a thin walkway of concrete around the Astro, which is about probably a centimetre raised from the Astro, like a curb. And I went to put my foot out, it was really coming at some pace, and hit the curb, popped up and hit me in the face. Somehow didn't break any of my teeth, but it's given me a scar between nose and mouth. As Jonty Jenner tries a cute cut down towards
It sounds like not only a physical scar, but a mental scar as well.
I've never gone to watch hockey since.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
That's why I'm here, really. So whenever I'm watching any game of sport, I always feel a little bit like I'm fine when playing. I'll dive around everywhere, but it's just when I'm watching, I'm not willing to take the embarrassment again of having to go to hospital from being a spectator.
I noticed how you didn't quite get to the boundary rope. You were well away from the boundary rope, but you went down really well.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Nimble. Did you not expect it?
I just thought you were going to flick it up with your suede shoes on and send it back. I wasn't expecting a long barrier to come out, that's for sure.
Well, you've got to do it technically right. You see, I was on camera there. I'm not gonna show off the wrong skills. That ends the 42nd over, 212 for 3.
I would love to see a repeat of this long barrier.
I thought you were going to say you wanted to see a repeat of me getting hit in the face with a hockey ball. I didn't know. I was worried how to take that. You want to see the long barrier, do you?
I'd love to see that. I'm sure the spectators around the world would love to see that as well. We can analyse
Oh
it.
no, here we go. There you go. Right. Happy?
Very good. I was just trying to get a bigger split in the trousers.
No, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. You see how I just, really got my head in line with that back thigh there for the perfect long barrier. I'm doing your job here, Kaz.
Doing well. You're doing well.
Cut away with power. It's beat the fielder, so it's going to take some stopping. It's good work out there in the deep. And it will just be a single. Shows how well Kumal covered the ground at deep cover.
Misfield from Captain Roy there, number 17.
I tell you what he needed to do, Kaz. He needed the long barrier, didn't he? All the way, this is a chance. Oh! Beat him on the half volley. Isham Pandey. He's gone for the dive. It's the point in the game where a wicket would be so important to try and limit Jersey to a lower total, and he's gone after it. And that's the risk you can take with those ones.
In my opinion, he's made an absolute meal out of it. He didn't really run in as quick as I would probably have liked. Half an attempt of a dive, and it's fallen just short of it. And so yeah, maybe a little bit more intensity in the field from Ishan could have made a difference there.
Well, careful, he's not far away, Kaz.
Good critical feedback.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, maybe if he went out with a little bit more aggression, he could have got their challenging chance there. And Tribe tries to carve it away through backward a point. Good diving stop. It's a nice brisk day here at Grainville. Not too warm, not too cold, gentle breeze across the ground. But when the sun does get out, it can be a little bit hot out in there in the sunshine. But a good day for cricket, a good day for a tussle between bat and ball, which is what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and two good teams on shore here. Jersey, the home side. Obviously the crowd coming out in their numbers to support the home team. And also the visiting team for this DFDS Summer Series, Nepal, with some quality cricketers fresh off the experience of the T20 World Cup, where they have really put themselves on the map across the global stage. They've done really well.
They certainly have, and Jersey remaining resolute as they look to push past the 250, 275, 290, maybe even knock on the 300 door.
7 overs, 83 required to get to the 300 mark. Takes some doing with relatively two new batters in at the crease. But with pace on, could be an interesting choice.
There's some good running and potential of a third. He could bring about a chance. Good running though. Zach Tribe alert enough to take the third run after the ball hits the stumps at the non-strikers. 220 for 3 now.
And a change up in the delivery. That was a slow ball. You can see how the batters miscued that, and I think on this surface they haven't done it for long periods. They haven't done it enough. Almost made it too easy by bowling pace on with width on offer.
Try backing away, can't get a hold of it, and it's this point, isn't it? Over 43, 7 overs to go, still got 7 wickets in hand, and this is the time to go, which is what we're seeing now from the two batters. Some big swings and well, brilliant run between the wickets.
Yeah, and I don't mind that at all from the two batters. They've got themselves relatively in. They're seeing it now really well. Zach Tribe on 13 off his 16. Jonty Jenner 17 off 9 balls. Nandan Yadav coming in for his 3rd delivery off his 4th over.
Finally played. It's coming down again. I might have to put out the long barrier, but no, Sandeep Lamachani's going to do it for me. And it's just a couple more runs. 2 for 3. And they're playing it well, these two. Again, they've got set quickly, which is so crucial for the mid-order batters. Look at that from Jonty Jenner, 17 off 9. Hasn't needed any time to score with pace. Zach Tribe, slightly different approach. But there's definitely going to be some big swings to come. You know what? I'm going to say it now. Jersey to get past 300. That's what I'm going to say. Oh, this is almost bold there, Zach Tribe. Is that a bold call, 300?
Confident prediction, that, Charlie. And I don't mind that at all. And it's definitely doable. The danger is that you continuously get wickets. I mean, if these two are in, yeah, for sure.
And it's definitely going to be a part in the game. But you can't take your eyes off the screen. 4 more. Well-timed pull shot from Zach Tribe, just helping it on its way. He hasn't tried to bludgeon it to the boundary, more help it on its way. And it's going to be 4 more, moving Jersey to 226 now.
Again, question around the pace of the delivery at the back end of the game. You're actually helping the batters on to try and hit the ball to the boundary by putting pace on. Just not sure they've switched onto that as quickly as possible.
And then Yadav still got a point to prove today. He's been expensive in his spell so far. Can he take a wicket? It's a dot ball to end. 9 runs from the over. 226 for 3, Jersey. And you just motion there, Kaz. Let's have a look at the batters left to come. We've got Charlie Brennan, who made a brilliant half-century in challenging circumstances for Jersey on Monday. Julius Summeroa, yes, he made a golden duck on Monday. However, he's got long levers. He can hit a long ball. Benjamin Ward, Blom P as well. He wasn't here on Monday. He's going to come in for the first time. He'll be at number 9. Scott Van Breda, also not here on Monday. He's at number 10. And Jake Dunford down at number 11. So the man who made 41, Daniel Birrell, not in the batting 11. A firm drive. Brings an outside edge from Jonty Jenner. It's safe though. It's a short third. And Lamichhane is doing excellent work. And it's almost expected of the great bowler. Reverse sweep. Mistimed. Chance for a run out again. It's a direct hit. An umpire shakes his head and they're going to get through to some overthrows. Again, more alert running. The Jersey teammates are applauding that with plenty of applause. Lamichhane approaches. Short, pounced on. 6 more for Jonty Jenner. Skips up the ramp and away for 6. He pounced on short length early from Lamichhane and puts it away. 234 for 3 now. 300 on the horizon.
Fantastic cricket shot from Jonty Jenner, who moves on to 25 of 12 balls. I've got a feeling he's the guy who Jersey might be looking to try and really get a quick fire 50 maybe off 25, 30 balls.
That'd be big.
Yeah, and you need one or two batters like that who can strike at 150, 170, 180, 200 just to get you over sort of the 300 mark.
But these two playing the perfect middle order role. The tricky task of getting started quickly. They're doing well. Zach Tribe more of a rotational player at the minute, and Jonty Jenner putting balls away to the boundary. This is going to land safely beyond the bowler's arm. And Karan gets in with a good throw, but Jonty Jenner's back for 2. So 2-3-7 for 3 now. 1 ball left in Lamachani's 10. 2 for 48. He's bowled well and batters have played him well. And a single to end out his spell with an over that goes for 12. 2 for 49 from Lamachani's 10. How do you reckon he'll feel after that performance?
Yeah, fantastic 10 overs. I don't mind him leaking a few runs. I think he's done really well. He's picked up 2 wickets bowling from the right end. Probably could have started from this end as well. But overall, just slowed the run rate down. The acceleration has been slowed down from Jersey's perspective, and I think he's done really, really well. Got to back up his bowling now for the last 5 overs inside the boundary rope, fielding down at 3rd man over here. But he's done really, really well.
Hemant Dami, the strike bowler from game 1. Can he strike in game 2? Helped on its way, brilliant shot. Gets down on one knee, Zach Tribe, and whips it over his shoulder for 4. Such a talented shot that from Zach Tribe. And Hemant Dami straight back onto the bowling, and he's been put away for 4 first up.
I'm sure his brother's watching eagerly from outside, applauding the innovation that's come from that shot. It's a cracking, cricketing shot as we have a change in the field. Sandeep coming in into short 3rd man.
Short ball, and Zach Tribe might have just hit the gap again. Back-to-back boundaries. Jersey to 246 for 3. And bringing about a lovely cheer from this crowd here at Grainville.
And I think this is the over where I think you're looking at that 15 to 20 mark. If he can get that over the line here, that's going to really push on Jersey now to that 300 mark. But you, as a team, you're always looking for one bowler to come on who can give you a little bit of pace towards the back end, which these 2 deliveries have definitely been. But also where you can get a 15, maybe a 20 injection into the run setting period.
Slower ball, clubbed over cover. And you could tell that was going to happen just because of 3rd man and fine leg coming in the circle. It was time maybe for Dami to take off a bit of pace, and Zach Tribe's read it well. He's hit it over cover for 4, and it's the 250 up for Jersey, 3 4s in a row. Welcome back, Hemant Dami.
12 already off this over. Got another 3 balls to go. Lots of discussion going on here from captain. Sampal Kami also coming to consult in terms of what needs to be done. Got a change of field. Lots of discussions happening with the bowler. Nandan Yadav also chipping in with a bit of advice. I'm not sure what he's going to offer there, having gone for 40 odd himself. But it'll be interesting to see what the game plan is here, because this could be that over where you get the 15-20, already 12 off the 3 balls.
Can Zach Tribe make him pay again? Runs it away down to third. Great diving stop from Lamachani. That feels like a big moment.
Feels like a huge moment. Huge moment. 13 runs off so far. An inch either side, I think a little bit to the left, that would have gone for 4 as well. It's done really well there, has Sandeep Lamachani there, who's now been asked to go back down to third man position with mid-off coming up.
Slapped up to long on by Jenner. Thoughts about the 2, but just a single with 1 ball left in the over. Do you feel like there's a... This is again, feels a harsh point, but with 14 from it, does this feel like a ball to try and make it 20? Or does it feel like a ball just to get out of the over and with a
No,
single?
100%. Make it 20. Absolutely.
Well, the intent was there, but it will just be a single.
So 15 off this over. I think he's just slightly missed out, but credit to the bowler after the first 3 balls to come back for 3 singles to finish off that over. He was under some severe pressure in the first 3 balls. And it just goes to show how vital and valuable that stop from Sandeep at short third man. He's thrown out the left claw. Seems to have stopped the run flow as we have another change of bowling from the pavilion end with Sandeep completing his 10 overs. Karan KC will be coming on 253 for 3 or 46 overs. Where's your predictions? Are we still on?
Still on 300.
Still on the 300 mark?
Still there. So just a quick recap as we go into the final 4 overs. Jersey had a brilliant first wicket stand of 115 before Carline fell on 56. Top quality opening partnership. Second wicket was in the 39th over. Greenwood falling for 32 from 45, and then it was the main man, Patrick Googe, who fell for 110 ball 95. Just 5 runs short of that maiden international ton for his nation. And now we get to the current moment in time. 4 overs to go. Jersey, 147. Here's Karan. The drive is mistimed up towards long on. Jenner's thinking about the 2, but Zach Tribe understands. There'll only be a 1 there. 2-5-4 for 3.
Good start from Karan. At this stage, singles is fine. Just want to limit the boundary options as much as possible. It's been an excellent display of batting from the Jersey boys. 254 for 3.
Karan KC cleared up the tail on Monday. Huge swing. Fielder interested. Gone. Solid take out, a deep backward point. Jonty Jenner, a fiery cameo comes to an end. 27 off 15 balls he made, doing his job for the team. But now, with 23 balls left in this innings, it's going to be up to Charlie Brennan to propel Jersey to a competitive total.
And the added factor of the left and right hand combination coming in. Fantastic innings there from Jonty Jenner, who's done exactly what the team required. Don't mind the intent being shown there. Was looking at the vacant area just at the backward point region, but unfortunately found the fielder out in the deep. But once again, Karen Casey comes on and strikes towards the back end, breaking the partnership.
So Karen Casey is now in the wickets as Jonty Jenner gets out with that slashing cut shot. And it's up to left-hander Charlie Brennan to get Jersey over the line in the closing stages of this second one-dayer. Nice start from Charlie Brennan. With a whip of the wrist, sign of a man in form. Here's a question for you. One for those at home as well. What do you reckon is the current percentages for chances to win?
Current percentages for a chance to win.
Yes, it's quite a tricky point in the game, isn't it, to answer this question? But
yeah, I think 20 overs too early to ask this game.
It's because it's too tricky.
At this current stage, I would definitely have Jersey. Almost your 70-30, 60-40 maybe.
Yeah.
But then with the large support coming from India and Nepal, I'm sure they only see one winner, regardless of what Jersey go and get. I'm sitting on the fence there a little bit. I don't know if that's answered your question, but am I right?
It's about the 50-50 mark,
so
which I think shows how well Jersey have done to get to that 50-50 mark. You're not far away there, Kaz. Swatted towards cow corner, entering the deep pocket where it's retrieved. A couple more runs. And I reckon if this ball goes for a boundary, it'd be a huge boost for Jersey. And they're kicking the teeth for Nepal. It feels like that over, doesn't it? A wicket's gone from it. It's been great pressure building. 1 wicket, 1-2-2. If this ball goes for a boundary, it's going to be a big momentum swing, I feel.
Pressure ball this.
Zach Tribe, the man in form on strike.
Or balled. Or balled.
Oh, that would have been out. It looked as if Zach Tribe last minute had to jump around the bowler.
And a great bit of sportsmanship there from Karen Casey, fist pumping Zach Tribe there, who's probably acknowledged the fact that he's had to jump around him to get in under pressure. Quality bit of sportsmanship there.
So the 4th wicket falling in the 47th over. Jonty Jenner falling for a well-made 27. And with 3 overs to go, 18 balls. Yes, 40 feels like a big ask, but with Zach Tribe on strike, Charlie Brennan in form, it's definitely on the cards.
40 off 18 in any practice situation, you'd take that on. You'd give it a go.
I'm just thinking, if let's say 300 was the total Jersey were chasing, and they were 4 down, and they needed 41 to win off 3 overs. Good length ball, hits the fielder though. It would obviously be more challenging because of the chase mentality, but it would definitely be on the cards.
Yeah, 100%. You'd expect anybody who's got 4 wickets down and 40 chasing. You'd want to show the intent to win the game and really go out there and make a name for yourself. 100%. Bowled.
Try backs away. Runs up towards long off. as we're approaching the 2:30 mark. Just 4 minutes away. I reckon they'll look to try and finish out these 50 overs, I reckon. But we'll see. What's impressed you about this death bowling from Nepal? What have they done well so far?
It's the first Yorker we've seen from that end, and I've been calling it for a while. They've got to change it up as much as possible, and they have. Karen Casey, the over before, has been impressive. I just don't think you can bowl length now on a wicket that's offering so much to the batters with pace. Got to take pace off, especially to the likes of Zach Tribe, who's moved to 43 very, very quickly off 33 balls. You just can't give him pace on at this last stages of the game. I think Karen's done perfectly well in the over before, where he's looked to sort of bowl block hole, and these are really big balls for the context of the game.
Wide Yorker, brilliantly bowled. Brennan backing away to try and make room over the offside. And Nandan Yadav executed his plan perfectly. This feels better from Yadav, doesn't it? He's got a plan. He knows what he's trying to bowl here, and it's coming off for him.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I would want to see from fast bowlers coming in the back end of the game, is to go to their T20 sort of skill set and try and execute that, as opposed to just trying to keep hitting length with pace. You can't afford to do that in today's game. The world of cricket has evolved so much.
Brennan shaped up to hit that over mid-wicket for 6, but he only gets a single for it. Plenty of cricketing discussion going on from the boundary bar just to our left here at the pavilion end. And 2 balls left in this over, and it's been a top quality one so far. Just the 2 runs from it from Nandan Yadav, who's received a little bit of, well, at points he's been what felt like hit out of the attack. His first spell only lasting 2 overs, going for 14. Zach Tribe, deftly played, brilliant shot. That's a shot he's played so well. So many runs he's got through backward point. Just using the pace rather than trying to hit it away with force. 2-6-6 for 4 now.
Yeah, quality timing there from Zach Tribe there. 47 of 34 balls. He's shown some real quality in his skill set, his ability to accelerate very, very quickly. Excellent bit of batting.
That was a needed boundary in the over too, wasn't it? Just 2 runs in the first 4 balls up to that point. Can they go again, Zach Tribe? This will just be a single. Fielded out in the deep. So that ends the over then. Good one from Nandan Yadav. 7 runs from it. And with 2 overs to go, I must say that 300 mark of 33 runs from 12 balls is still far away. But 4 wickets down, Jersey. It's now just swing for it, isn't it? Swing for it territory.
Yeah, absolutely. 12 balls left. Can Jersey try and get up to that magic number of, I would probably say, another 25 runs of 12. You're trying to get up into the 290 mark. Yeah, and if you're going to get a bonus, maybe get into the 300 psychological, going into the second innings. But it'll be up to the skill set of these 2 bowlers to counteract that punch.
Wicket in his last over for Karan. Full toss. Zach Tribe wants 2. This is going to be tight. Charlie Brennan's running to the danger end, and he's got past quickly. Good running from Jersey. I've got to say, mainly due to the man at the non-striker's end, who was quickly off his mark. Turned with agility, and it's 50 up for Zach Tribe from 36 balls. A terrific middle order knock.
Fantastic. Exactly what Team Jersey want and required from the batting unit, especially after the start the 2 openers have given them. 36 ball, 50. See if you can kick on a little bit more now.
This is high. And long on takes the catch. Ishan Pandey with the safe hands. And Zach tried the ball after reaching 50. Goes next ball. And that feels like it might have knocked 5-10 runs off the final total. 269 for 5.
Yeah, 50 and out. We're just giving him credit for the way he's managed to get himself in a really good position, and his team. Unfortunately, the ball after was almost got under it again too early. Just didn't quite get it. Didn't get the depth. Got the height, but didn't get the depth. A quality catch from Ishan Pandey out in the deep, making it look very, very comfortable. But overall, quality injection from Zach Tribe.
I might be throwing you a tricky question here, but you're a man who's up to the task. Why do you think we haven't seen? I feel like we've seen maybe one over the last 2 days of a 6 down the ground. Why do you think in white ball cricket it's such a common shot we see players thumping balls back over the bowler's head? As Karen Casey runs in, inside edge beats the keeper. That's going to help Jersey. They move to 273, and Samaroa, coming off a golden duck, so almost gets himself a king pair for the series. But it's a boundary, 273 for 5.
Quality question. I'm not sure what the answer is to that. I mean, you can question whether the batters are getting the length with the pace, whether they're coming down, hitting straight ball sixes. I mean, we had some quality batting the other day, but a lot of it was more towards cow corner over deep mid wicket.
Oh, slower ball, full toss. For a minute, it looked like it was going at head height, but the dip brought it down to a legal delivery.
Thought we almost had a Chris Reed repeat over it.
Anything could have happened as the ball was halfway down. For a minute I thought it was going to hit the keeper on the full. But how good's this been? The last couple of overs, Nepal have really arrested back control of this innings for Jersey. And at 274 for 5. It's a miracle to get to the 300 mark now. Brennan on strike though, 2 new batters. It's brilliant slower ball. Kaz, you've been asking for this for ages. Now, finally, the bowlers are using pace off deliveries. They're varying their pace, and guess what? It's being pretty successful.
Yeah, and there's a high success rate for the variation delivery, and these two bowlers have got some fantastic variation, very deceptive in how they bowl it. But why not bowl it often enough in the closing stages of the game, especially with 2 new batters on who are not accustomed to the pace of the wicket, and it's not an absolute roar of a wicket where you can hit through the line. There's definitely some purchase there for the bowlers.
Waited and crunched. Great shot from Charlie Brennan. He's adjusted to the pace off delivery. Waited and timed it perfectly with a big swing of the bat. Right off the middle. And it's now 278 for 5. Charlie Brennan building on his form from his half century on Monday. And Samaroa is also a batter that can use his power. But with 6 balls to go, Jersey staring down the potential of 300, but 22 from 6, not out of the question. They need a successful over. But it's the man who bowled a brilliant previous over, Nandan Yadav. Can he continue from it? Short, Samaroa doesn't quite get a hold of it. They're going to come back for 2. And now 280 is up for Jersey. We did say anything at under 275 that Jersey would be disappointed with, and they've now got to a total they can, I think, be pretty proud of.
Decent total, that. I still think they might, in the next 5 balls, trying to get 10 runs if they can.
Can they get past 290?
I still think it's on.
Huge swing. And Binod behind the stumps was just waiting, wasn't he, to throw down the stumps. I think Charlie Brennan will just be thinking at the non-striker's end, I need to go on strike here. So with Nandan Yadav with ball in hand. Bowled 4 dots in his last 8 balls. Mistimed into the covers. Charlie Brennan's going to take the strike. And that's run out. And Samaroa is going to have to trudge off in the final over. He goes for 7. And Charlie Brennan is looking towards the umpires and he's desperate to keep the strike. So out comes Benjamin Ward. 1 in the first game, and he's got a clear job to do. I think the lower order batters enjoy these kind of moments. It's first innings, not much to lose. They can come in and have a swing of the bat.
Yeah, free for all. 3 balls left. Try and get your team over as much as possible. I still think this is the right move. Charlie running through to trying to get strike. Left-hander hitting towards a shorter boundary, even though there's a breeze out there. But a man in form, so he's definitely got a chance to contribute towards the back end of these 3 balls and help the team over.
Nandan Yadav. Huge swing from Charlie Brennan, goes through him. Another dot ball. This is a brilliant end. We did think, didn't we, that when he was bowling the short ball ploy early doors, it didn't really feel like his thing. This is more up his alley.
Yeah, he's finished off and recovered nicely. His last over was brilliant. He's come back into the game, especially after his first couple of overs that were quite expensive. With the wrong ploy, I think he's done really well to come back in, trying to finish off his 6 overs.
Charlie Brennan, he's gonna look for 2. He has to. He says no. Benjamin Ward will face the final delivery. Think he should have run back for the second there?
He would have been run out if he did. There was a strong throw from Gulshan Jar from the boundary, throwing with the wind as well, and he's a big lad with a strong arm. I would have really struggled to have made that. Last ball then.
Benjamin Ward the man. Nandan Yadav, his opponent. Can Ward with his first ball strike a blow? Pulled and missed. And it will just be a bye to end on what feels a finish to, well, it really feels like a balanced end to me. Jersey were in great positions at point to push for that 300 mark, but Nepal they fought back. And it's a great end to this first innings, which I think sets the tone for the rest of the day. And we could see a very, very tight finish a little bit later on today. The main point for me is at the halfway mark, 195 for 2. And now Jersey's hit 282 for 6 at the end of the 50. Who's the happier side?
Towards the back end, definitely Nepal. For me, I think they've just taken that little bit of momentum, closed the game out well enough. At one point they were looking for another probably 25-30 runs, but credit to both sides. I think Jersey started off really, really well. Some fantastic individual scores. some really good, strong, competitive batting. But I just think Nepal have just shown their experience towards the back end. And I did say, and I've been saying it all along, the slower the deliveries, the varied the deliveries, the harder it becomes. And towards the back end, we saw a lot of that from the two fast bowlers that have come on. We've bowled in the block hole, we've taken pace off, and we've made it a little bit more difficult for the batting unit towards the back end. So credit to both teams, but overall I think Jersey will be extremely happy, and Nepal would have been taking the momentum into the second innings.
So just to build on that, as the leaf blowers out to blow the dust away, on both accounts, what can Nepal learn going into their batting innings from what Jersey did well? And what do you think Jersey will learn from Nepal in how they should bowl?
I think two things quickly. Nepal just to bat time and bat 50 overs as long as possible. The runs will come. From Jersey's perspective, try and go to the cutters and the slow balls as quickly as possible.
Right, 283 to win then for Nepal in the second innings. We'll be back in about half an hour's time, maybe an hour, maybe 45 minutes. Let's say out that. But make sure to join us. It's going to be a thrilling end to this second one-dayer between Nepal and Jersey, as Nepal need 283 to win. Welcome back, everybody, to Grainville for the second half of the second one-dayer of the DFDS International Summer Series between Jersey and Nepal. Two big opening batters heading their way out to the crease, one of which, Kushal Patel, coming off the back of 100 in his last game, 105 he made here on Monday. Quick take through then of the first half of the game. 282 for 6 Jersey finished on after losing the toss, being put in to have a bat. And it was a brilliant opening stand. 115 for none they were before Carl Lyon fell for 56. And then, well, the collapse didn't come because Greenwood made 32 off 45. And in the meantime, Patrick Gouge was finding his way towards triple figures, but he was dismissed just before by Sandeep Lamichhani for 95. Jonty Jenner, quickfire 27. And a brilliant 50 off 37 balls from Zach Tribe. And then Nepal finished out the bowling spell well, and they were able to really cling on to the Jersey onslaught, and they finished with Jersey on 282 for 6. I'm Charlie Harden. I'm joined alongside by Kasim Ali, former head coach of Kuwait cricket team. So Nepal will be chasing down 282. Cass, welcome back after a nice lunch.
Spectacular lunch. Cheesecake was fantastic. A little bit of lemon zest in it, so yeah, it was fantastic.
I saw you had a couple of slices.
Yeah,
of
I did have a couple of slices. Washed down nicely with a cup of tea. Very well made cup of tea. Yeah, it's great to be back in the second innings. Wind has just picked up a little bit, just blowing from right to left across the ground. And yes, you're right. Spectacular performance from Jersey in the first innings. They've really done well to put on the score of 282. At one point we did think it was about the 300 mark, but finished on 282. Nepal came back strong in the last 15 overs, especially in the last 10 overs where they really closed the game out.
Well, Daniel Birrell to start things off. Down the leg side, Kushal Patel looking to get a feather on it down towards fine leg for 4, but a wide ball to start. Daniel Birrell bowled very well for a couple of wickets in the first game on Monday, also batted well for 41. What kind of challenges will he provide for the Nepalese opening batters?
Well, one is bowling from the opposite end, so there's obviously a little bit of variable bounce, which will suit him and his deliveries. Speaking to him at the start of the game, he's really big on
Flowing drive brings the edge.
He's really big on his variations. Very clever cricketer, and obviously producing the pitch kind of gives him a little bit of an extra advantage.
Yeah, Grainville groundsman Daniel Birrell. I feel like there's a groundsman stereotype of slightly being past their playing days, and Daniel Birrell really proves that wrong. Back of a length. Fellow opening batter to Kushal Patel, Asif Sheikh, the man with the gloves. He got off to a good start in the first game, however did have to go for a pretty rapid fire 16 before George Richardson dismissed him, and he's a man who is not around today for Jersey. So just the one slip in place. Daniel Birrell starting steady. Beautiful delivery. Not a huge amount of movement in the air, but a little bit of nip beats the edge. And there's a bit of interest early for the fast bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's doing all the right things, putting it on the right area. Fourth stump line, good height, top of the stumps, good pace as well with the new ball. Doing all the right things, asking all the right questions early doors, and that's exactly what you want. And we kind of discussed this the other day, was a little bit hit and miss with the new ball, but good start so far.
And we imagine it will probably be Julius Samaroa from the near end, but we're yet to see. Two tall lads hitting the deck hard with this new ball. Jake Dunford with an all-time floppy hat behind the stumps. Very good look for a wicketkeeper. Kushal solid in defence. Just a dot ball. And Nepal looking for a calm, quiet start to this second innings.
And a slightly different task compared to the first game, where they'll be looking to chase down quite a large total. Obviously bowling second on here has its advantages, especially on a used wicket as well, and they've got some quality spinners to be operating a little bit later on. So the challenge is definitely there for Nepal.
First over goes for 3 then. And just a little flashback again to that first game when Nepal did bat first, as you mentioned there, Kaz. They could only clock up 250 with the bat. So now, with the chase on the mind, it's going to be a tricky chase for them to get all the way up to the 280 mark. That was well set by Jersey, thanks to 95 from Patrick Googe and half centuries for Zach Tribe and Harrison Carlyon. But it is Samaroa to get things started, who bowled really well at from this end on Monday. Bowled an absolutely snorting delivery to take the shoulder of Kushal Patel's bat. That was when he was still in single figures. Let's see if he can emulate that from this end. Very full. Bowled. Samaroa gets rid of Asif Sheikh with his first ball of the game. Just what Jersey needed, an early breakthrough. And Nepal now 3 for 1 in the second over.
Great bit of bowling there. Surprise package. Everyone expected length to come up, especially with the way the field was set. He's gone full ball clatting into the stumps. As we see the replay, it's done him all ends up, and he can't believe what's just happened.
Well, the early breakthrough brings about Ishan Pandey to the crease. And it took Nepal 24.1 overs to get there first. And Jersey make the breakthrough in 7 balls. And Samaroa started straight away with a full Yorker on the stumps. Do you reckon that might have been intentional?
Yeah, it looked intentional. From a big chap coming down, obviously you don't expect it, so maybe that was a surprise ball. But it's something that I spoke about the other day, having seen him for the first time. He does have a tendency of just falling over a little bit. Maybe that's an area that they've looked to exploit early doors to try and get him either hitting on the pads or like he's just on there, get the ball to slip through and hit the stumps.
No ball called by the umpire, so we'll see our first free hit of the day. And it's going to be Ishan Pandey's second ball he's faced. It's going to be the free hit. Fine leg and third man of the men back. So he'll certainly be looking to club this away in front of square. Maybe he'll try and use the crease to Samaroa with a bowler of bounce. Where do you reckon you can find a boundary here?
Early doors. Maybe that's the boundary option there. The pull shot off the slightly ball that's drifted down leg side.
And it means the free hit's going to be re-bowled. And so we'll see Samaroa potentially receive an extra ball of punishment. Some way to follow up a wicket with no ball and wide. Saved by the stumps at the non-striker's end. Now, Ishan Pandey is an interesting one. He came in yesterday, mid-collapse, and he fell pretty quickly. And so he'll be looking to put on a show for Nepal, try and stamp his mark on this team. And if Jersey can get a couple early, they'll be far ahead in this game. Solid from Pandey. How much do you reckon the required run rate will weigh on the batter's minds at this point in the game? Maybe for the first 10-15 overs, do you reckon they'll be thinking about it at all, or just try and build their innings?
No. As batters would go in the first 15 overs, definitely not. I think it's about building a platform, and if you can get to around the 70 mark of the first 15, leave 35 to get 200 with the game opening up. Yeah, definitely. You want to be in around the 75-100 mark. That's a really good platform to have.
So Summer still a couple of balls left due to the early extras. As we see Charles Pershard putting in some stretches at mid-off. I wonder if we might see him being brought on for an early bowl. Summeroa finds a good line and length, but Pandey equal in defence. And Kushal Patel knows exactly how to score runs on this wicket. He'll be waiting for the ball to be pitched short. And Jersey definitely will be looking to stay patient right there. That's exactly where Jersey want to be bowling, as many deliveries as possible. Because in the first game, they let Nepal off a little bit in the second innings, and they were able to score runs at a good rate. However, Jersey are holding strong and not giving Nepal too much to work with in the first 2 overs, and they've got the wicket. Nepal 7 for 1, and Kushal Patel will be back on strike to Daniel Birrell. Daniel Birrell taking the 2 key middle order wickets of the captain Rohit Patel, and also the man at the non-strikers end, Ishan Pandey. Now, we saw a few of those in the first game from Kushal Patel early on in his innings, looking to get bat on ball. But once he was 20 runs into his innings, we all of a sudden saw very little. So this is the time to strike for Kushal. When he gets in, he is so dangerous. Maybe a little bit of a change in pace early on from Birrell. Patel getting through that shot very quickly. You've said it a lot. I think we would be both happy to see the Jersey bowlers vary their pace.
Yeah, and what it does early does, it does take you away from the run chase a little bit, but it also allows you to bring a different dimension in without putting some pace onto the ball. Makes it harder for timing, and it also allows shots to be played on the up, which effectively brings in some chances to catch the ball. So mistakes do happen.
And it looks as if Birrell is just ever so slightly changing his pace. They're not big, obvious slower balls. However, Patel again, just as you mentioned, driving on the up there, perhaps getting through a shot slightly early. Clipped through mid-wicket. Slightly on the up. Chases on for Patrick Googe. Terrific work. That tells you everything you need to know about Patrick Googe. Scored 95, faced over 100 balls in the first innings, and he's running across the outfield as if it was first thing bright and early in the morning. Top quality from him.
Great commitment, and that's the intent you want to see from your fielders. He's really committed to the cause there, chasing after that ball. Full pelt dive, a roll over the boundary rope, push the ball back. Fantastic bit of work from the team there, the two partners going out in tandem. Great bit of cricket there from Jersey fielders.
And that's the kind of moment that will keep up the body language, keep up the Jersey momentum. And this is a nice angle now, even though that's wide of the stumps. This angle from Birrell, from round the wicket to left-handed Pandey, just a slight amount of away shape, could be successful here for Jersey.
Yeah, and Pandey's got to be very careful. He's got to be very decisive in terms of what he's doing with his decision making, what he's looking to leave, what he's looking to push out, what he's looking to commit to. He's got to be really decisive. If anything, where there's a lack of decision making, he's nicking off to the keeper or first slip.
Yeah, you feel there's a lot of pressure on Pandey here. Want to get into his knock. Pacing around. Full, driven. Good effort from Jonty Jenner. Patrick Googe's got another chase on. Look how fast he's across the outfield, but the ball wins this time. And it's a boundary for Nepal, and they move to 15 for 1. So now Charles Bashard has ball in hand. He's giving it to Samaroa. But he looks very, very interested to have a bowl. Does Chuggy. Samaroa just a 1 over in his spell so far. And with the wicket, will not want to be brought off. That's for sure. Field spread, so fine leg and third man, still the only man allowed out. Everyone else on the ring, other than cover that's a few paces in, trying to protect that single in the offside. Here's Samaroa. And this will bring about the biggest cheer we've heard from the Jersey players if they can dismiss Kushal Patel early.
Yeah, he's quite an important wicket, isn't he? Especially after back of 100. And probably the main contributor, the only contributor really in the first innings in the game on Monday.
Clipped. Beautiful. From Kushal Patel. You can see it's just got to the top of the ramp there, picked up by some Nepalese fans at deep mid-wicket. And Kushal Patel picking up where he left off from Monday. And that is a gorgeous stroke. Just a swish of the bat face, 19 for 1.
Gift at this stage of the game, especially with a brand new ball, second over in, second ball in. You cannot be bowling full pitch deliveries leg stump to a person of his calibre.
And there he goes again. 2 and 2. 1 over pitched, 1 too short. And a player of Kushal Patel's quality will not miss out on either. He is top class. 23 for 1 now.
Change of field after them 2 consecutive back-to-back boundaries. Deep square leg going out. Second slip coming into mid-wicket.
Yeah, the third man stays out, doesn't he? And short fine leg is inside the ring, as you mentioned there. So Julius Samaroa has now got some work to do. He brings deep square slightly straighter. Back on the mark. But now no pressure on Kushal Patel. He's 12 off 10 balls. And I can now understand, as you mentioned in the first innings, Kaz, about Kushal's gym experience. The power in those two boundaries at the start of this over, especially the flick over mid-wicket. Not only timing, but he just carries so much power.
Yeah, and it seems effortless at the moment, the way he's stroking them deliveries. But once it leaves that bat, you know it's going to the boundary. The sound, the impact, but also the intent to play the shot is there as well. So, yeah, great bit of cricket. And obviously, for youngsters that are watching, gymming is important, but having the right muscle capacity to play your shots as well, all 360. It's not about just being strong and big in the gym. It's about being explosive as well.
Well guided. This should just be a single. Oh, they're running on the misfield. Summerer's not going to be too happy about that, that's for sure. But that ends the over then. And Nepal are just starting to get into their stride here. And just to remind those of you who aren't aware of Kushal Patel's last 5 scores in international cricket, they're 129, 126, 20, 65, 105. Kushal Patel is hungry for runs. He's not going to stop until this chase is done. So Daniel Birrell to continue from the far end. And Jersey sticking with the slip in the gully for the moment, although he's having a chat with his skipper, Charles Pashard. What do you reckon will be the discussions there, Kaz?
I think it'll be a case of whether they're going to move the field round or they're going to get a short man in catching. I think the question here is, do you want to have somebody out deep, which is exactly what's happening right now with short third coming up into the ring. Yeah, having a deep cover out, just to give that extra cover for the left-hander, especially after the exquisite drive in the last over.
You can just see short third man on the right side of your shot there. The gully's gone into cover, and as you mentioned, that deep cover point is on the rope. And there's someone bowling to his field. Good amount of away swing there from Birrell. He's swinging it with the wind. And that'll be a very promising sign for him. Anishan Pandey will be slightly worried. But this, at least that protection allows him just to hover it outside that off stump and hopefully build up some pressure.
Yeah, some really good tactic here. Backed up with equally some brilliance in the ball. That's what you want to be doing. Good line and length. If anything, I would love to see another second slip in there. With that level of movement that he's getting, bounce.
Oh, blimey. Great stop from Dumford. I was just thinking where you could find that second slip from. And as I saw the ball go down the leg side, all of a sudden I think fine leg's probably got to stay there. But fine leg would have been my thought. If Birrell was confident enough to hold it outside the line of off stump, there's where you could find your second slip.
Yeah, for me, I would have probably gone mid-wicket coming across and mid-on going slightly wider, especially if the swing is there. If that delivery is there and he's targeting the pads, I'd love to go 7-2 field as opposed to 6-3 with mid-on going wide around. But equally, if he's going to hold that line, done really well so far.
Yeah, and it's one thing, if anything, we've seen a slight difference between the two bowling sides, is that Nepal have been happier and more confident to stay aggressive, being more aggressive and for longer, keep the extra catches in. But this is good areas here from Birrell. And Pandey struggling to get him away.
Yeah, his options are minimal at the moment. Where he really wants to be doing is driving through cover and extra cover, which is a high risk option right now with the ball moving so much. He's just got to be patient and wait for a moment of error from the bowler.
Chance. Oh, he's just gone past the stumps. That would have been very close. Well, backed up in the end by Patrick Googe. He seems to be everywhere, the young man. And the pass at 26 for 1, which feels a good comeback after being 3 for 1 in the second over. So you see some children playing in the nets at long on. And again, Birrell is bowling well to this field. That's where he needs to hold it. And Pandey, it's now going to be a test of patience. How many times can he let a wide ball just go past? How long can he stay patient?
And from my perspective, the longer he stays in, the longer I would keep on Birrell. Bowling really well from that end.
There is a shot, slightly in anger. Patrick Googe is running around, he can't quite make it. I don't think Jersey will mind that. That shows that their plan's working. That Isham Pandey let the moment get the better of him and went out for an aggressive shot. It worked a treat, but potentially could have given a chance. That ends the 5th over, 30 for 1.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it was a pressure release shot.
And it looks like we're going to see a bowling change here. Potentially. Van Breede. Scott Van Breede wasn't available for the game on Monday. But he bowls a heavy ball, does Van Breede, that's for sure. Quite an ominous looking fast bowler. Again, having conversations with his skipper, Charles Bouchard, discussing a potential fielding change. Everyone in the offside in the ring, other than third man, just past a slightly deepish gully. Jake Dunford is up to the stumps. Also a short fine leg in the top right corner of your screen. That's Daniel Birrell there. Deep square leg as well. Right into Dunford's gloves. Now there's a big gap out here at mid-wicket. Deep square leg is slightly in front of square, but a stacked out offside field. Now it's up to Van Breede to bowl to it.
Yeah, absolutely. He's asking questions about trying to just bowl to the offside field.
Bit of extra bounce, good work behind the stumps, and a loose shot from Patel.
It's taken off a bit, that.
Dunford definitely would not want that to be on the central line of his body, otherwise he could be taking it on the grill. It's our first real sign of Van Breede, and he's a big man. Not sure I'd be standing up to this guy. He's bowling with power. It's going to be a good matchup here, these two. Van Breede against Patel. Uppercut. Not under control, but it's in the gap. And there's going to be 4 more. Nepal moved to 34 for 1. Is this just another sign of potentially what Jersey got wrong on Monday with the ball?
I don't think the plan is wrong. I think the execution of the delivery, just providing too much width to a batter like Kushal, who's not going to miss out on that, especially coming from a T20 background as well. He's not going to miss out on width outside off stump. So I think he needs to get tighter.
Well, he's gone too full. Is this a chance? It's Nick Greenwood who does the fielding. For a moment, he thought he was in the game there. It was always just a couple of metres beyond him, and he was moving across the turf with rapid pace. He almost forced a chance out of nothing there. But Van Breda did bring his line slightly tighter, and it brought about a potential moment. So 1 ball left in the over. Can Van Breda make something happen with Patel on strike? End of the 6th. 36 for 1. They're going at a good rate here, Nepal, but again, it feels like just every now and again, Jersey just gifting Kushal a delivery to put away.
Yeah, too many boundary balls in the first 6 for my liking. Just need to be a little bit tighter. Player of Kushal's experience will not miss out on that. Ishan on the other side, 10 of 14. Capitalise where he needs to, but is slightly under the pump here because he's got Beryl coming in and bowling against him. The ball swinging away still, assisted very nicely with the breeze as it's going across the ground. So there's challenges for the left-hander.
Short down the leg side. Just glanced on his way with the pull shot. It's Scott Van Breda who does the fielding. Big screaming cheer from Nepalese supporters. A couple of flags flying around today. It's like the away end of a football ground.
Not much to cheer though today.
Well, we've had a few wickets, but they took a while to come, didn't they?
We've not had the speaker out as well today.
No, I know.
Not heard that.
I kind of think it puts you off. I'm not sure if you can pick it up on the microphones, but quite often the fans are yelling and screaming as the bowler's running in. And I'm sure these players are used to the cheer and the hope towards a delivery, but when there's one person doing it, it almost seems slightly more distracting.
I'm sure the Nepal players are having come from India in the World Cup when you got 30,000-40,000 people screaming Wankhede Stadium as they played England.
Yeah, they'd have been used to it there. It's well timed out into deep mid wicket. And Gouge is the man again. You'd think, after a 95, just have a little moment in slip, have a bit of time in the slip cordon and take a breather.
Absolutely not. Young lad.
He's running all the yards at the minute, isn't he?
Young lad, lots of energy in the game. Might take a screamer out there, get man of the match award.
Patel advances and cracks the shot of the day through the covers. A beautiful cricket shot from Patel. And this is ominous for Jersey as the man in form is racing along to 26.
Beautiful cricket shot. For any kids that are watching or listening out there, the weight transfer, the execution of the shot, the hands going through the line of the ball, the weight distribution, using his head to get over the top of the toe. Beautiful, beautiful cricket shot.
And again, this is helped down to Van Breda. Patel gets a single. I think what's slightly worrying is the rate Nepal are going at. And Ishan Pandey's had to force a few boundaries, but it feels everything Kushal has been given, he's put away in no time.
Yeah, Kushal's done really well. 27 off 23 balls. Ishan just slightly behind, 11 off 15. But at this stage, it's not a big worry. They've done really well so far to get to this stage.
And Birrell is back on the mark to support Isham, who's been watching Kushal Patel tuck into some slightly loose deliveries. And meanwhile, every ball he seems to get seems to be Birrell's best one. Maybe Birrell's just got a little bit more confidence bowling to the man he dismissed on Monday. But that ends the over. It's 44 for 1. And Nepal feel on top. So 7 overs gone. Just a tick over 6 runs and over at the minute, Nepal. As we have a quick look at the bowling figures, SimrikAawaj, 1 for 14 from his 2. And I think it's that far right column which tells you the problem at the minute. The economy. No bowler has really been able to build up significant pressure and dot balls. And what Nepal was so good at, especially that opening spell from the likes of Sompal Kami and Hemant Dami, they bowled well in a partnership. They didn't give away too much from either end.
Comes in for his second over.
Just a lens on it there to Kushal. Good slide from him. 2 more runs added. Again, this is slightly worrying signs here for Jersey, just because of how easy it looks for Nepal.
Yeah, I think waiting for something to happen, but they're doing all the right things. I mean, fielders in the right place, sort of trying to bowl a tight outside stump. Not there though.
That's going to step away. It's been well retrieved. Number 23. Returning here on Wednesday. And Scott Van Breeder on his hands here. Try it. Now box Isham Pandey, who we can all agree Birrell held very well to so far today, not giving him much at all. Now it's Van Breeder's chance to keep the pressure on him. And as a team, as a group, because he can stop the run scoring from this end in particular. And there's Van Breeder, right on the mark. Good delivery.
Exactly what you want to end up fishing him up for the first time. That's attack. Good offside field. I've got 4 men on the leg side. 5 balls.
Champagny pushing with confidence. However, he's yet to really get into his knock just because of the quality of the bowling toward him. Jersey will just hope that they can build. Maybe Jake Dumfries just said something to him there, maybe a little bit too late to Isham Pandey. A few smiles out in the outfield. As Scott Van Breeder with his luminous green spikes runs away from us. Now something's building here for Jersey. If they can keep something like this up for maybe 2 or 3 overs, yes, Nepal are already in a good position, but it just feels like if they can join something together, if they can build a bit of something, if they can get a wicket here, they've wrestled this game right back. And there's clearly what was building. Ishan Pandey feels like a player who's slightly searching at the minute.
Yeah, he's not really getting into the ball as you would like from a left-hander's perspective. He seems to be away from it every time he's connecting, and I really feel the Jersey ballers are looking to target him to get a wicket, because at the other end you've just got the wall of Kushal, who seems to be punching this ball all around the ground. But yeah, Ishan looks a bit tentative for me at the moment.
Well, he'll be wanting to spend a bit of time at the crease. We're going to see a little bit of spin for the first time in this series from Jersey's opening batter, Harry Carlyon. Scored a brilliant half century in the first dig. And just as Nepal went early to Lalit Rajbanshi, can Carlyon make something happen? In the air, caught! At extra cover. No? Down. I think that's gone down into the ground there off the drive. I've been done by the bump ball. You're cracking up next to me.
I am, because that was a schoolboy experience.
I couldn't quite understand, like, he's gone for a lofted drive straight to cover, first ball.
I love the excitement. What was also really exciting for me is to see how close your head was to the roof of this
tent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I almost collapsed it with a leap.
That 45 was slightly square of the wicket. He's used the pace to go even finer. Beautiful cricket shot.
He really holds the key, doesn't he? He is everything for Nepal at the minute. Yes, they've got the skipper to come in next. DSRA, I'm sure, will want to have a bat in this game as well. But it really does feel like this man is the crucial wicket.
Yeah, he certainly is. Holds a lot of expectations for a very big country with 30 million supporting him. I'm pretty sure that he's living up to every bit of expectation so far, and he's done really well. Just looks so in control. What I'm really impressed with him is the fact that he's so in control of the time at the crease. Doesn't look like he's phased by anything, and certainly not rushed up. I haven't seen anybody rush him up so far. We had the one delivery which popped up in the innings the other night, which took off the shoulder blade, but that's about it.
Tell you one thing I've also just remembered, and this was a bit of an unforced error, but when he was dropped on 50 on Monday, just at backward point by John Tijeni, it was a tricky chance, but those two moments, other than that, it's almost perfection from Patel. So that one just picks up on a length as well, and that's the height of Van Breda. It's what we saw from Samaroa over the couple of games from this end, is that tennis ball bounce with the ball coming from such height.
Yeah, and if anything, the off spinner coming on again from the other side with a big breeze going down the leg side, maybe just wants to question whether it's drift that's on offer.
What a brilliant cricket shot. Kushal Patel is letting nothing not reach the boundary that deserves to. Patrick Good sprinting along that outfield. He's already had to do plenty of ball collecting from around the covers at deep point, but the poor man got 95 and is now picking up all of Patel's boundaries for him. right. He looks so in control at the minute. Does Patel? And inside the first 10, he's almost heading towards his 50.
The bit that I'm curious about is you've got the big tall lad Scott bowling from this side with a packed outside offside field. Now if he was to switch ends and pack it out being hit into the wind, and the off spinner coming in from this side bowling into the wind,
Yep.
you're tightening up the game a bit more. And just bowl a negative line, just bowl into your field for a little bit longer. You don't give them the width to then hit long boundaries over there. Just not sure what the plan is to the right-hander. Of 26. What it does do potentially might put on extra pressure on the other side to Kushal to keep ticking the board over. You do need somebody to anchor in the innings, but you also want to make sure that you're playing some positive cricket shots as much as possible. You just don't want to leave too much responsibility on Kushal. Got a change of bowling from the calling it the other end?
The far end.
The far end.
Drive on the up. Good stop from Daniel Birrell. Prevents the run. But I reckon that's the one area Kushal Patel looks slightly vulnerable. He's driving on the up, slightly mistiming drives through the covers.
You're right. How about a little short cover in there on the catch?
Pulled just over mid wicket. Not quite time, but the outfield's fast and it goes away for 4. Now it's Charlie Brennan who's replaced Patrick Googe deep on the leg side, and he's the one to go and pick it up. 4 more.
Good cricket shot again. He's not really got a hold of that, but the power, the brilliance, race to the boundary.
See, when the pace is on, he plays it under his eyes and down into the ground, often putting it away with timing. But it does feel when the ball just slightly sticks, he can get little bit out of the line of where his head is, a little bit outside the off stump, slightly pushy. Maybe slightly bottom-handed through the offside. I'd say that's the one area that I can see Jersey could take his wicket. Maybe a short catcher in an extra cover, something like that. But that's classy. Played down towards third man. Good fielding down there. By the tall Scott Van Breeder. And Nepal moves swiftly to 65 for 1, and Kushal Patel is 4 runs off a 50 in the 11th over. And there's a bumper from Samaroa.
Wowzers.
He's gone through quite some pace and well over head height, but Patel looking to take it on. He's in that kind of mood.
Kushal now 46 from 35. Just looks in sheer control. Sheer control, lots of timing, lots of time at the crease.
He's looking to push for two here. Placed like a master into the leg side, perfectly in a pocket free of converging Jersey players, and he gets back safely for a second run. And he's 2 runs away now, 1 ball left. Kushal Patel, I think you'd be very surprised about his 50 over average for Nepal. Incredibly surprised. Oh, he's almost dragged it on though. Maybe again that sign of slightly variable bounce causing an issue. But yes, Kushal Patel's stats. Averaging with the bat in 50 over cricket, 24.
Wow.
So showing that he's not quite reached his full potential, and the form he's in now could send his stats skyrocketing. But now, a conference, a conflab, Pershard, Van Breda, Dunford all discussing, and the conclusion they've come to is a change of bowling. Charles Pershard marking out his run, the Jersey skipper, wealth of experience, looking to stem the flow of run scoring. But they have taken a leaf out of Nepal's book, it feels, with the short, sharp spells, keep bowlers rotating. Maybe that was the reason that despite the Jersey batters being able to get in, especially at the top of the order, they never really felt like they got away from Nepal. Maybe that was because of the constant changes of bowling. Didn't allow the batters to settle. So Jersey have learnt from that. Benjamin Ward has been subbed on. Whether we'll see from him later, we'll yet to see. I'm sure Jersey will need some of his leg spin. He's been pushed out to long on, and now he's had to run back in. Square legs deep on the boundary. Third man's out. Deep cover. Long off as well. Pershard beats the bat. And this is going to be an interesting period of the game now. How can Patel deal with a little bit of pace off? How will the Nepalese batters counter this change in pace?
Be interesting to see, because I think Prasad coming on now is a fantastic change-up. Just what you need. Variable bounce. Lots of variation with deliveries. Great choice.
Well, they discussed for a long time at the top of his mark whether they'd stick with one more from Van Breda, who showed moments of a potential wicket-taking delivery, but he also did let just a couple go away to the boundary. So Charles Pershard hasn't had a bad start. So long on now goes deep. Third man inside the circle. Just the 4 men out at the minute for Jersey. And Pandey pushing off the front foot. Not much foot movement as wind blows across the ground, and Pandey motioning a bit of movement away from him.
He's looked very tentative. Very scratchy at the crease, unfortunately. The danger is that he gives a soft dismissal here, having taken up 27 balls for his 13.
Well, you can see, can't you, that look at the 2 different strike rates between the 2 batters. the sign of a man in form and the man searching for some. Bashard. Right on the money. Hospitality marquee. Really enjoying that delivery from Chuggy. This feels like an important part of this innings now for Jersey, just to bring back the game back into their way. Pandey needs a few more balls like that, I think, just to keep his score ticking along.
Some easy ones off his hip.
Indeed.
71 for one, sorry, off 11.5, and they are there or thereabouts, like we sort of discussed earlier on. If they can get to, which they have done, just under 11, 7 and over.
Look how easy it looks for Patel right now. Good ball from Bashar, just dropped into the offside, and there's 50. Not sure his teammates had even noticed, to be honest. A little raise of the bats to the fans. 50 coming off 40 balls to a man who's completely in command of his own game. Nothing's phasing him, putting everything away to the boundary that deserves to. He's already halfway to what feels like what almost would be a nailed on 100. I said it. Can Samaroa get rid of him? The ball after 50. Sneaky single. Moves to 51.
And this is something that Nepal have done really, really well. Just drop and go. I've seen it in the Jersey innings as well. But this is something I've seen consistently now from Nepal. Just dropping inside the ring, trusting your partner, and off you go.
Back of a length from Samaroa. Yeah, Kushal Patel not quite having the impact he would have liked on the big stage of the men's T20 World Cup back in earlier this year in time. Just the 78 runs from his 4 innings. And just by watching him go about his business here, he feels like a player who should now be in a position to really start scoring big runs on the big stage.
Yeah, he should be. He's definitely been given the opportunities. Maybe that's the contribution that he needs to put in during this tour and the next one. Going to be really crucial for him, for the people who are backing him and supporting him.
Samaroa with a switch of ends from where he started. That's quick. Good pace past the outside edge of Ishan Pandey, who seems to be getting all the good balls at the minute. I think Kushal Patel will just be saying to him, just keep going. Time at the crease is what you need. Patel's taking on the run scoring so that Pandey doesn't really have to at the minute. Slashing cut shot past the diving fielder, Jonty Jenner, who this team all know is brilliant in the gully region. Just beyond his reach, and another boundary for Nepal off the bat of Ishan Pandey. And every single one of those is going to give him confidence. 77 for 1 in Nepal.
Absolutely. I'm not sure where that aggression has come from.
Well, it feels like he's looking at his score. Pats that one down. When your mate's going all guns blazing at the other end, making it look absolutely easy, How does it feel as a batter who's slightly searching for form?
I think the key thing here is, again, another little coaching tip for youngsters or anybody who's listening in. If you're struggling to have a little bit of form and you've got a guy at the other end who seems to be absolutely nailing everything and seems to be in position and rotating strike and seems to be cashing in, I think your job is not to look for boundaries. Your job is to look for singles and get the opposite person on strike as much as possible. You don't need to do anything flashy, anything out of the ordinary, anything that you're not comfortable with. Just find a single from somewhere, and over time that will build your confidence up and you will start striking the ball, you know, confidently over time. But if you're struggling early doors, put the boundary option away unless it's really on offer and find a single.
It's gone high up in the air. It might have gone all the way, but no, the fielder's underneath it. It's gone. Benjamin Ward with the catch. And that is a massive wicket for Jersey. It's brought a huge applause from the crowd here as the Nepal main man, straight off the back of a century, gets to 50 and gets dismissed. Bit of bounce from Pershad, and who would have thought that he'd be the man to bounce out Kushal Patel. 77 for 2, huge wicket.
Absolutely huge in the context of the game. The man in form, obviously hitting into the breeze doesn't help. It's held up for an awfully long time, and more importantly, a comfortable catch in the deep. Great wicket for Jersey. 77 for 2 off 13.1. Skipper breaks the shackles there, and Edwards taking the catch.
So Bim Sharkey's the new man. Made a good 39 yesterday. What was so impressive about Sharkey? What did he do well that might be important for Nepal?
Looked to rotate the strike, did really well. Early doors, was busy at the crease, just towards the back end from what I can remember. Just tailed off and got a little bit under pressure. The danger is you don't continue to do that with Ishan at the other side. 18 from 34. Bim really needs to get into the game and take some leadership. Be interesting to see how well he strikes, how well he gets into a position.
Right then, Charles Bashar with the wicket, and Benjamin Ward with the catch. Or maybe it's not Benjamin Ward. We'll see on the scorecard a little bit later, and if we are wrong, I'm sure we can correct you a little bit later on. So Bashar making a few changes, and it's game on. Bim Sharkey will look to rotate, look to stay busy. Isham Pandey now will be battling to keep the scoreboard ticking after he's lost his playing partner. And Sharkey defensive. I think what could happen now for Nepal is Bim Sharkey, despite him being active, being positive at the crease, he did go through quite a long spell where he wasn't able to score. Isham Pandey also at this current time is struggling to keep his rate up, struggling to score. And what we now could see is two Nepalese batters come in and maybe start to delay this chase. Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. The danger is you've got two batters who are very similar. I mean, Sharkey straight away showed some intent to try and run a quick single. Single wasn't on, but the intent was there.
Edged off the outside half with a cut shot running down to third man. Now the fielder out there, who I thought was Benjamin Ward, is Dominic Blompe. So, mistaken identity. It's their caps. They've both got such aged jersey caps here. They look so similar. Similar number 2. Anyway, Pashad set to continue. Another pushing drive from Pandey. Isn't it funny how one player can just look so at ease and the other two really, really struggling out there? Well, Bim's only had 4 balls, so I'm not saying he's really struggling, but Pandey does look to be a little bit in the mud at the current moment. But new bowler, Benjamin Ward, to come on. He was classed the leg spin on Monday. Bowled very well.
Yeah, 2 things here, Charlie. One, Benjamin Ward has got a very distinctive beard, which I'm sure you've realised when you announced who the catcher was. And 2, I'm pretty sure if this is his approach to the game, that's completely fine, but he cannot put added pressure on from the opposite end.
Well, just at the start of this new over, we've been welcomed by a special guest, a Jersey legend, in fact. Welcome, Asa Tribe. Good to have you.
That's very kind. Thanks for having me, Charlie.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Very good. Enjoyed the first half of my day with watching Jersey bat, and hopefully they can get over the line here.
Bit gutted you're not playing?
Yeah, a little bit. Obviously nice to put a Jersey shirt on, isn't it? As always.
I'll shut up towards long on. Bim Sharkey scampering away. Thought about it too, but just the single added. Talk to us about your relationship with Jersey and what it means to play for this team.
Yeah, it's obviously my home country. It's where I'm from. Always loved playing for Jersey and did that up until when I started playing for Glamorgan, and I really enjoy putting that Jersey shirt on, as I mentioned before, and it's what I love playing for.
And this challenge for the Jersey boys, Nepal, I'm sure again a challenge you'd love to have been involved in, but what are the challenges this team face? And also, I assume the Jersey players would be thoroughly looking forward to challenge like this, right? To test themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, there could be a side we could be playing at the end of the year if results go our way. And look, some of the challenges I think we're looking at, obviously we haven't played a side like this before. That would be the first one. And then I'd probably look at the fact that look, their playing style's a bit different to ours. They kind of hit a bit more square of the wicket. Seem to be quite aggressive against spin and other pace, whereas we kind of are a bit more English style, get ourselves in and then have a look. So yeah.
And your brother Zach in this side, he's been in some pretty good form of late for Jersey. Got a good 50 today. What's it like playing alongside him at this level?
Yeah, it's brilliant, really. I can't complain at all, and that's part of the reason why I do like playing for Jersey. Playing with my brother is a great experience that not everyone gets to do, and I'm grateful for having that opportunity.
And just a question from my perspective, as a Jersey side, obviously so close to World Cup qualification earlier in the year. Do you, as a side, really back yourselves to get into that position to be able to get to a World Cup and compete? Is that is the drinks 79 for 2 Nepal?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, as we just missed out on net run rate at the most previous T20 World Cup qualifiers, that was a bit of a hammer blow. But I tell you what it did do for us is it made us realise how close we actually are. And look, the 50 over competition, look, we are a bit further away from that. I'm not going to try and sugarcoat that, but the T20, yeah, we're right in the mix for that, absolutely. And you see a side like Italy go there and they were able to pull off a nice win when they're at the World Cup, so I don't see why we couldn't get to a World Cup and really compete.
And Jersey not playing a huge amount of 50 over cricket at the minute. Why do you think that is? And as a side, moments like this to play 50-over cricket against teams like Nepal are a great experience. Do you kind of hope as a side you could play more?
Yeah, I think so. And look, I think the only way you're going to get better at that is by playing this 50-over cricket. So I think that's certainly something we'll strive to do more of. And as our cricket gets better and we try and get into World Cups, we'll get more funding, and that'll allow us to play bilateral series against these kind of guys and really push our game forward. And look, I hope in future, if we do get ODI status and things like that, we can have lads who are officially centrally contracted right to the board, and that would be a really big step forward for Jersey.
Let's move on. It's perfectly timed drinks break, actually. Let's move on to your England hopes. What would it mean to a little bit further down the line? You feel like you've got a lot more work to do, got a bit more work to do. Do you feel close? And what would it mean to get an England call up eventually?
Yeah, look, I'm always trying to improve my game. I think that's something I'll always want to do. I never like stagnating. That's not really the personality I am. So, yeah, whatever walk of life, I try to grow. And look, there's aspects of my game that I've really pinpointed and wanted to get better at. And yeah, look, I've obviously got aspirations to play for England, and I'll play for Jersey up until that point, really. And look, the current ECB setup has allowed people like myself and other younger lads to really get pigeonholed into playing international cricket, which I think is a great thing, but also can be a little bit of a burden. So yeah, I've got high aspirations to play for England, and look, whether that's sooner or later, who knows.
And before we move on to your England Lions stuff, how, in terms of you ended up getting your opportunity at Glamorgan, playing university cricket, do you think that's a way in that almost doesn't happen as often? Do you feel like that should be a more common route in? Yeah, look, I think the Cardiff UCC setup has actually produced quite a lot of Glamorgan cricketers. Of the current staff, I look at myself, Will Smale, you've got Dan Douthwaite, you've got Andy Gorvin, so there's a few in there, and Tom Bevan, who's just been released, unfortunately. But yeah, it was creating quite a nice little pathway for people like myself to come through and sort of see that as an avenue to playing in professional cricket, and then once you're in professional cricket, it's about keeping yourself there, really. Well, as Charles Bouchard gets things underway after the first drinks break, England Lions then. Talk about your experiences under the leadership of Freddie Flintoff, about the characters in that side. Playing for England Lions will come with its challenges.
Yeah,
absolutely. Get a quick single here. Good running.
Yeah, I think, look, I've had a couple of experiences there now, and my first initial one was one where I was able to gel with the group first, with a couple of Loughborough tours, or kind of trips to Loughborough, before we actually went to Australia for a Red Bull kind of camp. Yeah. Before getting stuck in some matches out there, and obviously we were alongside the main side, kind of shadowing the test squad. So that was a great experience in itself. And yeah, being around other guys there who are super talented, just learning off them was super important for my own game, to really kind of push myself forward there. And you see kind of how serious other guys are taking it there, and it really drives you forward as well to be the ultimate professional, really.
And being alongside a touring Ashes squad, was that, I'm imagining, pretty incredible experience to be out there at the same time? How much, I guess, collusion was there with the main men's side? Yeah, there was a little bit of overlap, especially at the start when we were in Loughborough before we got to before we actually got to Australia. And then I think the first scheduled training session was supposed to be the whole group, Lions and test squad. It didn't end up being the case because apparently the wickets were wet, so nice.
Didn't happen in that way, but I suppose that's probably a good thing, not having to face Jofra on a wet one. So take the small benefits there, I guess.
Well, we all know deep down, or at least hope, especially I imagine here in Jersey, the hope for you to eventually get that call up. But you're definitely a player of quality. I saw you at I commentated on you actually at Glamorgan the other day
Against Warwickshire.
Closed that game out nicely, 38 not out, 100 approaching. In terms of how you feel in the shorter formats compared to the longer form stuff, how do you feel like you are best placed to impact on sides like a Welsh Fire? Where do you see your role in that side?
Yeah, look, I'm looking at that squad, and the depth in batting is seriously talented. It's seriously good, and look, it's going to be tough for me to kind of get myself into that. But I suppose catching that all.
Just pulled away past a short fine leg. Benjamin Ward's diving in vain. It's another boundary that moves Nepal to 90 for 2, and Ishan Pandey just starting to get into his rhythm. Good shot from him.
Yeah, as I touched on, look, it's going to be challenging. We've got a really strong batting line up there, and I think that was quite a clear tactic from the Welsh Fire management, right? Because they've gone heavy on batting this year and kind of then look to build the bowling. So look, I suppose we'll have a lot of lads competing for the top of the order, but I suppose my role in that might be sort of 4, 5, 6 kind of finisher role, like I started off with Glamorgan, and then kind of work my way in that way. And I hope that's the way I start off. If I don't start in the team, then yeah, maybe come in later on in the comp and try and hold my place that way.
And in terms of how that experience, just off the pitch as well, being around such a strong squad, strong overseas, and also the likes of Phil Sard and Joe Root in that side, you must be seriously looking forward to the experience of getting to know those guys, learning from them in the nets, right?
Absolutely. And look, that won't just be for white ball cricket as well. There's no reason I can't speak to Joe about red ball test batting and stuff like that, and I don't see why I wouldn't, because that would be a perfect opportunity in my opinion. And yeah, learning off guys like Phil Salt, current England players, like super destructive. So yeah, well, why wouldn't I want to have these chats? I suppose the only thing I've got to manage is that I'm speaking to them about something other than cricket, so they don't get too bored. But yeah, absolutely.
It is tricky, isn't it? I imagine to when you speak to a legend who, let's be honest, that you've looked up to, in the likes of Joe Root, when you come to have a normal conversation with these guys, I imagine it's pretty daunting.
It can seem interesting, because I'm thinking a couple of years ago I'm watching these guys on telly like superstars, and then I'm playing with them a couple of years later. So yeah, I completely get that feeling myself. How was that?
Big appeal for LBW, a couple of noises. Let's go back to this game then, ASAP. 280. How do you feel about that? Look at the target, the maths. 190 off 199 balls. Big wicket of Kushal Patel down. How do you think Jersey will be feeling out there?
Yeah, look, that's a massive wicket. Patel, he's obviously super important for their batting line up here. So glad we've got him out. I think we kind of thought maybe it was a fractionally under par. We saw 300 as maybe par. Yeah. Especially the position we were in, 150, 160 for one, right? So yeah, look, I haven't quite got as many as we wanted, but I think with the versatility of this squad, we've got plenty of bowling options, and Chuggy can just mix between those. Don't see any reason why we can't defend this.
Well, as Bashard starts on you over, let's talk about him. Plenty of experience in the Jersey side. Just after this ball, as it's played down towards third for an easy single for Sharky. What kind of challenges as a batter facing Bashard? What challenges does he bring?
Look, he's obviously quite skillful. He's not got pace, but he's got skill.
Yeah.
And just subtle variations with Chuggy, whether he's trying to bring his wrist across the ball just to try and get a little bit of hold out of the wicket, or he's trying to swing it in, or yeah, look, he's obviously, how many games he played? He's played heaps, and there we go, just pushing it across him there. But look, I think that he's vital for how we approach this game, obviously leading from the front as captain and got the ball in hand, and he's not afraid to bowl the tough overs as well. He's obviously bowling through the middle now, but he'll certainly be saving himself a few for that back end if it does get tight.
And just to finish off, Ace, we don't want to keep you too long. We know you're enjoying your day here. But in terms of Jersey's other bowling options, they're going to need to make some breakthroughs pretty soon, it feels. So there's plenty of runs still to work with. In terms of your strike bowlers, you feel on this surface today are going to really make an impact, maybe even take a wicket? Who do you see making that charge?
Yeah, look, I think Julius could be one of those. Bit of extra pace, and mentioned as that ball got a little bit older, maybe a little bit more cross-seam variation, it started to be a little bit more two-paced at the wicket, and I could see catches in front of the wicket being quite important there. Just a false shot could let us in, so someone like Julius with the odd off-pace delivery as well could be tricky.
Hey, so just looking at it from a coaching perspective, if you don't mind me just coming in, you've had a run of form with plenty of hundreds back to back. I remember you playing at Kenya with your brother, scoring mammoth amount of runs in Kenya. But since then, you've obviously kicked on and you've got some big runs. You've also got some experience in franchise cricket as well. What's been the real key to the success of your batting? If you could really home in on one particular area, is it a technical aspect, is it a mental aspect, is it a physical element? Because you're obviously growing over the last couple of years as well since I've last seen you.
Yeah, look, I find it hard when I get asked that question to pinpoint one thing specifically. Look, obviously I've made a couple of technical changes which have helped across formats, but I think cricket is a really mental game, and it's about having a robust mindset for that. So I would certainly put a lot of it down to that, but I think the volume of balls that I've hit over the last 18 months has been a main driving factor. Not just hitting balls for the sake of it, but focus training into how I can get better. Areas that I've been exposed to that I haven't quite mastered when nice bit of spin. That I haven't quite mastered when I've played in those environments, and going away, working at those so that I can be ready to cope with that environment when I go back at it. So that would probably be my main thing. Training outside my comfort zone and really pushing myself that way.
Just talking about your comfort zone then, is one thing in particular that you could just, so some good young listeners who are looking up to the game, who are obviously understanding that you're now starting to get into the game at the top level and earning some really good money, which is a great reward for your hard commitment, and they would probably be looking up to that in the next 5 to 10 years. Is there one particular thing that you worked on? So let's say against spin, is there anything that you would strongly encourage youngsters to do more often?
Yeah, I mean, spin related, it would probably just be quick feet, like whether that's nice bowled, run him out.
Chance at striker's end, blocked by Sharky in the end. Huge scream from the fan, 95 for 2.
Yeah, so big thing against spin is dynamic foot movement, so not really getting stuck after a press, but how can I get right forward to play it before it spins, or right back to play it after it spins. So that would be a key thing against spin. I think a lot of players can whack spin, but that's high risk. How can you be a good player of spin who doesn't need to take risk but can score freely? So that'd be a big thing, and that is coming from good footwork. So, but in overall kind of trying to training and for young lads would be to put yourself outside your comfort zone, work on your weaknesses. Oh, nice stuff. Work on your weaknesses and don't be afraid to get in there and fail, because if you're walking away because you might fail at something, I think that's a poor mentality about how to go at something. You can't just push away areas of your game that that aren't very good, and hope you don't get exposed to them, because as you move up the levels, people will find out what areas you struggle with, and you will be exposed. So I'd say as soon as you find something that you struggle with, get in there and work on it straight away.
Yeah, there was an area I had the pleasure of working with Peter Moores back in the day, and he often referred to positive failure, where if you're in and around an environment and you're constantly failing, it's actually expanding your experience of not failing under pressure. And when you do fail, it often gives you a great chance to come back and continue your success under pressure as well. So yeah, he spoke really well about that, and he was quite big on it's okay to fail as long as you're learning from it and you're developing from it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, a great message to the youngsters.
Asa, I think it's our time to hand you back and for you to enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for popping into the commentary box, the commentary tent.
Thanks, buddy.
Cheers, guys.
And thanks for showing the way.
Catch you later.
Thanks, Asa. Have a good day. Asa Tribe of Glamorgan and Jersey joined us. Very good to have him here today. Not only for us, but also for the side to have Asa around and be able to help his teammates. Just to be around the group would be a huge help. So 97 for 2 then at the end of the 19th. And Nepal just stalling ever so slightly, and Jersey trying to keep the pressure on. So good to hear from a man who's started in Jersey. This is a huge lap sweep out towards deep fine leg. It's going to run away for 4, and these two batters starting to show the way of how they can keep and maintain the scoring on a tricky surface. 100 up for Nepal, 101 for 2. So good to hear from Asa though.
Yeah, fantastic cricketer. Obviously, a limelight for youngsters who are coming through now, watching a Jersey-born player at the big level, experienced in franchise cricket now. He's got some experience, exposure, should I say. He's been over to South Africa, played. Obviously, he's playing the 100 as well, playing for Glamorgan as well. So he's definitely a homemade name, and I'm sure others will be looking at the same opportunity as well if they can get it. But a fantastic cricketer. I remember him in Kenya. Boy, he played really well.
I think he's received enough of an ego massage now. Good player though. Right, Charles Bashard then to continue his over from the pavilion end, providing that variance in skill. Flowing drive from Pandey out towards Blompi at deep point. Throws in to prevent the second run. And just in terms of the game situation now, 180 off 184 balls. Nepal got wickets in hand. Two players who are starting to play themselves in. Do you think all of a sudden it might be advantage Nepal?
It would look like that, but I still think Jersey have got a breakthrough coming somewhere. You're looking. There's still 30 overs left in the game. A couple of wickets, and the pressure's really back on. The danger is you let these two guys go very quick between the stumps. They'll obviously find a boundary here and there. You let them continue on. Pritchard ends up bowling his allotted overs. The pressure's back on Jersey then.
Yeah, it certainly would be, and you get the feeling that a breakthrough might be needed pretty soon. Huge backlift and good strike up towards mid-off. Greenwood with the fielding. Still Nepal, these two. Isham Pandey feels like he's had a bit of a battling knock today, doesn't it?
Stuck around for his team, 56 balls for his 33.
He's starting to find form. Exactly what Nepal be wanting from this, isn't it? You've got your man who's in top form at the top of the order. He's come in, got a good 50, he's now out, but now all of a sudden the chance for other players in this squad to be able to, have a bit of time at the crease.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think from a Nepal perspective, they obviously want their opportunities for their batters at the top end to get some quality time in, lots of volume of deliveries under pressure, which will set them into a really good position for the next tournament over the next couple of weeks. That pressure is going to come thick and fast with Netherlands and Namibia. So yeah, exactly what I'm sure Stuart Law would wanted from his boys.
Here's Ward then. Down the track, Pandey meets it on the full. Just take a single. Ward very impressive on Monday with his leggies, his googlies. We're asking plenty of questions. Ward taking the wicket near the top of the man on strike now. Bim Sharkey, who was one of his scouts, bowled in with a slightly low bouncing drag on. He also took the wicket of Karan KC. Reaches for a drive out towards long off. Jersey are in danger here, it feels, of letting the Nepalese batters get a little bit too comfortable. And it just feels like they're being given that chance just to bat as a sweep shot goes past short fine leg. That's going to be 4 more. Isham Pandey moves to 39 and Jersey need a breakthrough. Just heard a little call from a Jersey fan saying we need a wicket here. I think that's the story. Ward looking to strike. A little bit of confusion, but we're back underway. Wide full toss, crunched out towards deep extra. Close at the non-striker's end, but Bim Sharkey, in his busy style, gets back to the non-strikers with ease.
Yeah, it seems to be accelerating a little bit more towards Ishan. Maybe he's got the nod from sidelines.
Yeah. Single found. Jonty Jenner so quick in the covers.
I think from a batting perspective, he can be somewhere at half stage on the 25th over. If you can be somewhere around the 140 mark, you're halfway there, and you're making it a little bit easier for the guys to come in.
A little bit of grip and cut away by Sharkey. And then, just to clarify, it was not too far away from this point where Jersey lost their first of Carlyon. They were 115 for 1 at the time, so pretty close. That worm would be pretty much neck and neck. Nepal just slightly ahead, but they have lost that second wicket.
From the first ball to the final over. Watch every T20I, ODI and Test highlight from around the world. From rising stars to seasoned pros, every domestic and international match matters. Catch every cricket highlight, anytime, only on Stike Sports.
Scoring rate, but it has now popped up since Bim Sharkey and Isham Pandey have started to get into the groove.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether that spike can just continuously agree. As I've just said, that it's just dipped again.
Now, Manny bowled well on Monday. It's Nick Greenwood. Took a couple of those middle order wickets, including the big scalp of Kushal Bertel on 105. Then not long later, got rid of Arif Sheikh as well. And a Nepal all-rounder. So plenty of encouragement from Jersey. They know they're still in this game. Can Greenwood take a wicket? A little puff of dust. Potentially showing it's just a little bit dry out there. We've got a lot of hot weather, but also a little bit of rain on Monday. to the leg side. And as Nepal approach the halfway mark, just keep wickets in hand for the moment. We could be on for a tight finish here. All the watchers, wherever you're watching from, whether you're watching from Nepal or from European shores, we've got a game on our hands. Champagne continue to tick along.
Charlie, today we've also got another game on our hands. Predictions?
England against Argentina. I felt that Norway was going to be a bigger challenge than Argentina, just because of the way that it's a lovely sweep shot, backward at square, doesn't even bother running, beats a running Patrick Googe out there. This is really good batting here from Nepal. And Champagne now moves with that score to 46. My prediction is a 3-1 victory. We haven't been too good at preventing goal scoring, but we've also been quite good at scoring. Pulled away. If this skips along, which it does, it's 50 up for Champagne. The biggest cheer of the day as he shakes hands with Bim Sharkey, little bat tap, and he remains subdued as he knows in the chase there's work to be done. Good knock from Ishan Pandey after really working hard for his runs early doors.
Yeah, absolutely. He's looked good in the last stages of this 50. Really looked competitive. He's been attacking early doors. He was very tentative. He looked like he was a walking wicket, but he seems to have recovered his confidence, his shot selection. The gameplay against spin has been a little bit easier than the guys who are just coming in, and a bit like Prashad targeting the top of the stumps. Been really good, really impressive. He's got to kick on for his team. He's got a job to do.
Bit of extra turn from Ward. This is going to be interesting now. The pitch is dry. It's a used deck. We've now had well over 150 overs on this wicket. And there's another little thing which I've enjoyed about both sides here. They've always kept that deep sweeper quite square of the wicket, because all the runs that have come off a slicing cut shot, sometimes really well timed with speed, but the spinner's always taking it more backward of square. Benjamin Ward. Brilliant fielding. Off his own bowling. Good diving stop. And after a couple of boundaries, feels very important for him.
Yeah, he's done well, hasn't he? He's done well for the team.
Chance from Dunford. Fielding after removing the glove. But yeah, Ward, he's a warrior. Always wants to be in the game. And he certainly was in it on Monday. So whether he can continue to make the ball turn. And that googly is going to be very important. Sharky read it. Turned it into leg for a single.
Good passage of play this for the Nepal batters. They've just been showing that little bit more intent as we come up to the halfway stage, where 128 for 2.
Beginning show the Nepalese batters it's not going to be straightforward from here. Although they're on a good spell, on a good run of form, these two batting well in tandem, with a good balance of run scoring and solid defence, and correct decision making. But now a few fielding tinkers are going to be made. Birrell goes out to deep square. Blompi moves round to deep mid wicket. Long on is out, and as is deep cover, quite square out there. Greenwood's in, and skewed drive goes out to back with a square leg. Now feels a good time to talk about percentages, doesn't it? In terms of chance for each side to go on and win. And I'll give you a little bit of time to think about it, Kaz.
Well, I'm going to throw it back to you.
So I'll go first then. I'd say we're about a couple of wickets could do everything. So I think we're looking at about 56% Nepal, is what I'd say.
Not 57.
Definitely not 57.
It's very precise.
What were you thinking, 57?
No, I was thinking more like 60-40.
Okay.
I was thinking more like 60-40.
A bit less precise.
Sitting on the fence, mate.
No, okay. Fair play.
Round numbers.
Big appeal, this one. Instant shake of the head, but look at Greenwood's reaction. He's almost just heard the reason from the umpire why that wasn't given, and now he's heard the reason. He's even more shocked. What do you reckon? Just first time round by the eye.
Tight, very tight. If anything, I could only think that it's going down leg. It's the only thing I could think of. It's quite a full delivery, and he does tend to plant his foot across the line. So if anything, I can only think line more than anything else. It'd be great to see a replay front on. So from the umpire's perspective,
I think we're going to get. Well, we might get a side-on one at some point, and I think why Greenwood was so shocked.
shot.
Good shot through the covers. This is going to run away for 4. Blompi knows it's 4. Jenner knows it's 4. They've given up the chase. Each over seems to bring about a boundary ball. And the Nepal batters are being pretty efficient at taking it on. But just from my lip reading skills, I think the umpire might have not given that on height, which is why Greenwood was quite so shocked. However, hello sweet, big appeal for LBW, but not from the bowler. He knows impact was outside off. So that ends the over, 135 for 2. And
behind every victory, there's a story the world never sees. The pain, the passion, the purpose. At Stike Sports, we go beyond the game to bring you the heart of the athlete. Come, be part of the journey. Watch the biographies rise to glory, only on Stike Sports.
Yeah, I spoke about it earlier, around about the 140-45 mark, to try and get halfway in the run chase from half the overs, leaving the rest of the batters a decent score to chase. Done really well so far, these two batters. Bimmel's been busy off his 27 balls for his 17. He's run really well. 10 dot balls into singles, which is what you want. It's just whether he's got the steam to continue on for long periods and bat through.
Change of bowling. Now, by the judging of keeper Stanley up to the stumps, we're going to see a lot of Daniel Birrell taking pace off. Short fine leg is in the ring. Again, another sign of pace off. Third man's out. Cover point is out on the boundary. And there's also deep square and long on.
I would say that's music to my ears.
Short, just easy single then for Nepal. And Daniel Birrell, who we couldn't quite believe went so early to the slower ball early on the first day here in Jersey. But now, Jersey in desperate need of a breakthrough, just to be able to stay with a bit of a stronghold in this game. Here's Birrell. On the wicket for the left-handed Pandey, who will enjoy that he now sees the opening bowler return. He's doing the right thing, he sits on 56. Where can Jersey find their wicket, Kaz? Where do you see it possibly coming from? Maybe a trap, you might say, or a fielding change? Although this is the top edge, I think it might land safely. Yeah, Greenwood's in pursuit. Retrieves it from inside the rope, and Pandey moves to 58.
Well, I think that's the first sign there, and the first part of the question that I'm going to answer is really putting on some variation with your deliveries to mix the timing up, and I've been saying that pretty much most of the afternoon. On this pitch you've got to do that, especially with batters who need pace. I think the second thing is also trying to squeeze out and tightening up one end, because at the moment the ball's flying around the ground in all parts of different directions.
Birrell just bringing the stumps into play there with that slightly slower ball. Dunford standing up with the black gloves on, looks the part. Crowd has gradually filled up, a couple of deck chairs put out on the mid-wicket boundary. Looks like one man is got his hat over his eyes, just enjoying the cricketing lifestyle. Big shot though from Pandey. Gets no run for it. One ball away from the halfway mark. No, we're there. 138 for 2. 145 to win from 150. Nepal are in a convincing position.
They're in a strong position, yeah, absolutely. Just need to continue on grinding the results out from a batting perspective, as we see the worm again there, really showing a distinctive sign that just ahead.
Now Nepal will want it to stay like this the entire game. They'll want to just keep ticking on, try and sap the life out of the Jersey fielders. Bat pad popped up. Chance for the non-strikers. Dunford has been so good at taking off that right glove, scampering over to the ball, picking up and throwing on the turn, and being pretty accurate with it. Who's to say he might not get a bit of a closer chance coming soon. $140 for 2, Nepal. Reverse sweep, struck on the left shoulder. We saw something relatively similar be given yesterday off the bowling of Greenwood.
We've seen some of them being given out. Yeah.
We certainly have. It was a pretty swift rejection there that time. That's a good sweep shot. It's going to take some stopping. Daniel Birrell with the work. Solid from him out at deep backward square. That looked like a very, very tricky piece of ground fielding.
Yeah, it did for a tall man, fast bowler, getting down. Did really well. Used a bit of the old kneecap. Rolled over it. Well done.
In comes Greenwood. Look at this. Bit of pressure building for Jersey. They're trying to show a little bit of passion. A little bit of something. How can they force a wicket? How can they just create a moment? That ends the 26th. 142 for 2. Greenwood looks a little bit steaming.
Yeah, 20 for none off his 3. Could do with just a breakthrough here, Jersey. Just going through the motions a little bit. We need something to happen.
So Birrell to continue. Let's have a look at this. Is this the reverse sweep? It is. Oh, it's hit him on the helmet. Is it helmet? Oh, very high up on the shoulder. Look at that extra bounce. Nepal, while it might seem comfortable at the minute, all it takes is a moment. Just for Jersey to bring it back. Staying in touch, Jersey, not letting them get away. And that's a glorious stroke. Ishan Pandey is a new man. He's become accustomed to the conditions. He's waiting for the bad balls, and now he's putting them away with style. Nepal moved to 146 for 2. Brilliant shot from Ishan Pandey. He moves to 67. It's been a very impressive return from him. Back of a lane, cut straight to Jonty Jenner. And some pretty good backing up from Julius Samaroa. Body on the line stuff there. So it clattered into his back thigh with the long barrier. Clouds still remain high. Wind still moving at a decent pace. Inside edge onto the back pad, or maybe even onto the keeper. Something's brewing here. Something is going to happen here, Kaz. And I think maybe it's either going to be a big shot or Jersey wicket.
Yeah, I feel a Jersey wicket coming on here. I really do. Again, with different pace being utilised, I feel a nick or a batting error, which is going to force a wicket here.
Dropped him to the offside. Is this a chance? Sharky gets in safely. There's one ball left for Birrell. And just as this partnership grows, the left and right hand partnership is going to be a little bit frustrating here for the Jersey players. Brilliant work from Dunford. Pandey knew straight away that Dunford was going to be all over it. So that ends another over. 146 for 2, 137 needed of 139. They've just got to keep doing exactly what they're doing and they'll get over the line.
Yeah, not to mention they've also got some quality batters still to come in. Dipendra Singh Arey, they've also got Rohit Pudal, the captain. They've also got Arif Sheikh and the big hitter himself, Gulshan Jal, a little bit later on. So they have got some batters still to come in.
Yeah, there's a solid 31 not out as well from paddle sweep, which is going to take a great piece of fielding work. Young man out there does some good work. Well, just remember yesterday, everybody, from 172 for 2 to 250 for 8. That's the possibility. And this partnership is building nicely. Is that been caught? The paddle sweep has come off something, and Dunford's pretty quickly agreed with the umpire, but it's definitely popped off something.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that replay again.
Trying to go back to back with the paddle sweeps. Nepal very much in control. So Greenwood again looking for this wicket. He was the man to dismiss Pandey on Monday. Can he do it again? There's a paddle sweep. Just come off the fine edge of the bat. And I think they're going to have to make a fielding change here, Jersey. And a kick of the dust from Greenwood tells you why. 4 runs to end the over, 150 up for Nepal, 28 overs gone and 152 for 2. Ishan Pandey is on 70, Bim Sharkey on 21.
Yeah, he's played that nicely, hasn't he? Just round the corner, did it a couple of balls earlier, got for 2 runs. But this time he gets 4 quality runs. Just using his crease a little bit more, slightly down leg side from Greenwood, and he's just got the face of the bat to run it down to fine leg. Fantastic bit of batting there for Ishan, who's 70 off 89 balls. Spotted nicely from Bim Sharkey, who's 21 of 35 balls.
It's time for a change, and we're going to get the new man, Dominic Blompi. Provide a little bit of spin. I watched him bowl at Lords. He bowled very well, took a couple of wickets in a T20 doubleheader against the MCC. Performing well on the big stage, the home of cricket. Can Plompi be the man to make or start the collapse? This looks like the kind of bowler that can make something happen.
Yeah, from a first ball perspective, attacking the crease nicely, getting through his action. Trajectory is good, looking to target the pads. Just whether he can extract some turn.
Paddle sweep, played well by Sharkey. Again, that's the 3rd time in the last 1.5 overs. Runs away to the boundary for 4. Sharkey on to 25, 156 up for Nepal now.
Good cricketing shot. Good cricket shots, just using the pace that Blumpy is offering there. Slightly offline. And Bim Sharkey's gone down. Shorter stature, so can get easily get closer to the ground, just to help that on its way. Fantastic bit of cricket.
So we're going to make a little change here, Jersey. Looks like fine leg and deep square comes slightly finer. It's going to be a wide for Dominic Blompi. I'm not sure if you picked up on that from Van Breda in mid-wicket. This one's been clubbed out over his head though. 4 more to Bim Sharkey. And all of a sudden, the Nepal players are gaining some noise as well. 161 for 2 now, Nepal. Wonder if we've... they sound like they're enjoying themselves, don't they, over there in their little mini marquee on the far side of this side of the ground. Relaxed feel, relaxed nature to the group. Enjoying watching their number 3 and 4 expertly chasing down this score. I imagine Stuart Law feels pretty comfortable. How are you watching as a head coach?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be quite content at the moment. I'd be quite happy with what I'm seeing. All my batters are getting some time in the middle, which is really
There's
important.
a direct hit! Very, very close. Now this is going to be some replay. It needed a direct hit. Jonty Jenner was the man to do it. And look how good this man is in the field. One-handed pickup. Blimey, that's close. Good work from our cameraman out there. So that ends the over. 162 for 2 Nepal. And again, Jersey, because they're staying in it, because they are not giving anything away, they remain in with a shout. The problem is they're getting to a stage now. If you do put 2 wickets on, you'd still back Nepal to win. If you make that 162 for 4, you can't help but feel they'd probably still be ahead of the game. Although there'd be potentially 2 new batters in. So Jersey need a wicket here. Here's Greenwood. Then moves to 31 with what seems a pretty simple tap into the leg side.
Yeah, an effective bit of cricket there. Bim Sharkey, he's doing everything that's required of him right now, picking up singles off the off spinner, making it look easy.
Fully deep leg side field until the change has just occurred. Zach Tribe moves in. He'll be at mid-on. And now long off goes out. So the field is on the boundary. Long off, deep cover. Deep square, deep mid-wicket. Everyone else in the ring. Pompey continuing his stretches. Oh, that one scuttles low.
How close was that?
He had a brilliant angle from long off. Watch it just slide through the gate. Jersey doing all the right things, it feels. Any possible place they could be improving?
No, I think they're doing all the right things for a long period of time. They're obviously
Firm sweep in the gap. 4 more.
it's them sort of deliveries you want to try and cut out. You've obviously got an offside field for a left-hander. You've got to try and bowl to this offside field as much as possible. He's punched a really small gap on the leg side there, past the corner fielder, and he's hit it with some real intensity. So just maybe the wrong line or the wrong length, especially with this field.
Listening to Charlie Harden and former Kuwait head coach Kasim Ali on a breezy day here at Grainville in Jersey. Second one day where Nepal won the first one by 81 runs. It's a bit of spin, brings about leg byes. If this goes for 4, which it doesn't, good stop from Charles Bouchard. A few heads would have started to have dropped, but Jersey continuing to stay positive. That ends the over. It's 1-6. Oh no, 170 for 2. And with 21 overs to go, Nepal are well in control of this game. But they just need wickets here, Jersey.
Behind every victory, there's a story the world never sees. The pain, the passion, the purpose. At Stike Sports, we go beyond the game to bring you the heart of the athlete. Come, be part of the journey. Watch the biographies rise to glory. Only on Stike Sports.
So that's what the worm will be showing. I just think if there's one difference between the two sides that I see, it'll be how they've played spin.
Yeah, and often one of the biggest challenges in associate cricket is having a game plan against spin. Having worked with many different associates now, is a lot of players don't actually have an understanding of how to play spin, and the ones who do are the ones who excel. You heard Asa just talk about your footwork against spin, which is really important, your shot selection, your decision making, but also having some creativity in there. And if you look at the contrast difference between the Nepalese batters who've played some innovation, who've played some sweeps, they've got out around the corner, they've got some boundary options available to them, who've played the paddles, conventional sweeps, in contrast difference to the Jersey guys who, like you said, a very English style of cricket, try and play inside the V as often as possible. That's what it looked like. There were not many, and if there were, they both went to the boundaries, so there were very limited sort of boundary options there. So yeah, you're right, playing against spin at associate level is very key. We see a lot of fast bowlers come down, we see a lot of pace come down, but it's how you can play the slower deliveries, how you can play especially the left arm spinners. They seem to be the ones that seem to be struggling with everyone.
You're absolutely right, they've been so effective with that paddle, as you saw in the last over, that sweep shot. Smashed away to the rope. 2-4 from Blompi. Finds an easy single for Pandey. At this point in the game where it might be quite positive for Jersey to put a catcher in somewhere, just put a position to make the batter think a little bit differently. Start bowling to a specific plan. And it just seems a little bit too easy for the Nepalese batters at the minute, just to keep the scoreboard ticking along, keep working the deep fielders. Almost should make it a little bit more challenging for Nepal to score their runs, make them hit over the top.
Yeah, a little bit something like the Stokes leadership, if you like, trying to put some fielders in some unorthodox positions to try and get the batters to think about how they can manoeuvre the ball in different areas, which might bring a mistake on. But at this stage, I'm looking too comfortable against the spin.
So it appears a little bit of chatter between umpires and batters, and the Nepal batters are quite keen for a drink, although the physio man's running out with his gear. So maybe that might just mean that we're going to have a little pause in play.
From the first ball to the final over. Watch every T20I, ODI and Test highlight from around the world. From rising stars to seasoned pros, every domestic and international match matters. Catch every cricket highlight, anytime, only on Stike Sports.
This point about how that wicket for Nepal caused that drop. If they can take another wicket now, that drop might just occur once more. And the more wickets they can take, the more momentum they'll be sapping out of this Nepal chase. There's the lineup then. Asif Sheikh the first to go, to a brilliant Yorker from Summer Rower's first delivery. Charles Bashard, first over of the 15th, got rid of a on fire Kushal Patel, 51 from 42 balls, and Isham Pandey and Bim Sharkey, well, they've put on a brilliant partnership. They came in at 77 for 2. That partnership is now worth 97. As we gaze upon the bowling card here, There's your 2 wicket takers, and Charles Bashard and Benjamin Ward. That's when they started to slightly get on top of this new batting pair. You can see their economies, 4.6 and 4. That's what happened as soon as they took the wicket of Kushal Patel. That was Charles Bashard bowling, sorry. At that point, that's when those two started to put on the pressure. And now the bowler's been really able to follow that up and continue the pressure building. But 174 for 2 here in Nepal. As they take a little drink and a well-earned bit of rest. Third umpires come out to have a little chat with one of the umpires whilst the Jersey players converge, and a few have popped in for their own drinks, a few are drinking from the drinks carrier. And Jersey know deep down that a wicket needs taking. Benjamin Ward taking a few what looks like cashew nuts, I reckon. Give him a bit of an extra boost to go at it in the remainder of this innings. So I reckon what I'd say here is, how are Jersey going to take their next wicket? Well, Pashard and Benjamin Ward have been the pick of the bowlers, and if Jersey are to go on and win this game, they've got to take the wickets, which means they're going to be forced into that decision to put on their best bowlers now, even if they've got to use up all 10. Whether they want to save them till the end or not, the story is clear. They'll want to take a wicket as they have a little group discussion. Chuggy Pashard, as you can see, leading that chat. And the main message will be, we're still in this game, boys. 174 for 2. They're not away from us just yet. They still need more than 100. And 1 wicket will bring 2. There's been a couple of the boys in there who really stayed intent. They've really stayed on top. One in particular, the keeper, Jake Dunford. Chuggy will be wanting all those to follow in Dunford's footsteps and be able to stay intent. A little bit of a clap, a little bit of positivity, and they're back underway. So Ishan Pandey looking to get towards triple figures. Bim Sharkey's next milestone, 14 runs away from a half century. But both of them will have the main score in sight. Well, that 2-8, 2 for 6, set by Jersey. And I'll just quickly take you through the scores. Carl Lyon at the top of the order made 56 from 80, but it was his opening partner who made 95, 5 run shorts, agonising, as he just missed out on his maiden international ton for Jersey. The next to go was Greenwood for 32 from 45. And it was an innings that showed everyone they could get in and they could build up a bit of a score, because Zach Tribe was the next in. He made 50. Jonty Jenner batted well alongside him for a short 27 off 15. Samaroa made a quick fire 7. And Brennan and Ward were not out for 7 and 0 respectively. So that shows that it is relatively easy once a wicket falls just to start up your innings again. So Scott Van Breda back on, just his 3 overs so far, going at 5 runs per over. And the tall man with plenty of strength will be looking to break this partnership. Can Drinks provide Jersey a wicket? Just pops up off a length and you can hear just a little bit of extra noise, a little bit of extra chatter. Pashard will have drilled that into his teammates. Just reminded them of the magnitude of this occasion for Jersey. Can they compete alongside a top quality international team? They get through to a quick single. So normal service resumes for Nepal. 2 batters finding their form. Vim Sharkey had a battling 39 on Monday. He's approaching that mark again. There's Jake Dunford just in your shot behind the stumps, who's been running all over the place. hasn't let a ball inside the circle leave his mitts. And Scott Van Breede seems to be their man that they've gone to from the pavilion end. He's their man to take a wicket. So drinks has come. And Nepal know the road is simple. They don't need to search for boundaries. They're ahead of the rate. They can just keep ticking along. And it's up to Jersey to search for that wicket now.
Yeah, they have to make something happen here. They are doing the right things. They are putting the ball in the right places. Force a human error from somewhere. But the Nepalese batters seem to be doing also the right things as well by just ticking the scoreboard over, finding the little gaps inside the ring and punishing the bad balls to the boundary.
What they're doing well is that they're almost trying to make it boring here for Jersey, aren't they? They're trying to just bat long. And they know they don't have to search for anything at the minute, but Jersey are doing everything absolutely possible to try and unsettle, try and make that breakthrough. That ends the over. 176 for 2. With 18 overs to go. 107 from 108 is the story. Just under 1 a ball. Nepal will be feeling confident that they can tick this off. If they... What kind of impact would that have on Nepal's next few games?
Honestly, right now, I don't think it'll be deeper than what most teams would have felt if they were losing the game. Why I say that? Because they've had a really good run out in the field in the first inning, so they've had 50 overs there. They've obviously bowled quality cricket on the first game and also batted well. Yes, there'll be a few learnings from today, but they've still had other people chip in other than Kushal, so it's still a good sign. They're not a one-man team, so you know, different people putting their hands up, which is great. Yes, they'll be disappointed with the overall result, but I guess in the grand scheme of things, the competition is probably more important than the overall result.
I just want to just build on that. And there was a brilliant diving stop just a moment ago, I think, from Zach Tribe. And the noise that then brought from the Jersey fielders. As down the track comes Pandey. Thumped it over extra cover for a couple of bounce 4. And he moves to 83 now. This is a good knock from the man from Nepal. Yes, that diving shot from Zach Tribe brought about a bit of a roar from the Jersey fielders. And I was watching Kushal give a bit of a passionate speech at drinks. Almost just bigging this up to be this is their moment now, almost to really bounce back against a top quality nation and following the footsteps of their keeper Jake Dunford, who's been running all over the place, and maintain that positivity for Jersey.
Yeah, and you need a couple of what we call cheerleaders in the team. You need guys who are going to be constantly high energy, lots of noise in and around the circle. You need guys who are going to be who've got a good vibe in the team and take people through. But a stop in the field or a diving catch or a single stop or can make all the difference just by keeping people on strike, building some dot ball pressure. That's exactly what you want. You just don't want to give cheap boundaries away, which I think Jersey have done before the drinks break.
What can Blom PD do? it back to the bowler. Almost jumped and hit the roof again there. One of those bump ball moments once more. Down the track, over the bowler's head. Long on's trying to get round, but Dan Birrell can't quite make it. Isham Pandey is trying to get this done in quick time now. He moves to 87.
Quality shot. This is what I'm talking about, using your feet to the spin, hitting down the ground, getting to the pitch of the ball to help negate the spin if there is any, and hitting another 97 off 102 balls.
So Scott Van Breda continuing from his first over post drinks. Lumbers in to the Smith Bimshaki. Flowing drive hits back the point. No run added. .153 for one. Jersey were at this moment in time. It doesn't really feel like they're going to make the breakthrough by building up dots. It feels like we're past that time. And in terms of where Jersey can possibly find this breakthrough, well, it feels like maybe an unforced error from a Nepalese batter.
Yeah, for sure.
This could be a chance. Greenwood under it. Taken on the rope. There's the unforced error. Bimshaki on 37 comes down the track to Scott Van Breda, tries to clear him over the bowler's head, and you've got to argue that the game situation at this point in time was that needed. Well, Bimshaki was trying to get a boundary, try and speed up this run chase, and Jersey will know in that huddle, they'll know that this game is back on. They've done what they needed to do, they've broken the partnership, and now Nepal at 186 for 3. It's going to make their job just a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, and that's the forced error you're talking about there. Really good catch in the deep by Greenwood, very close to us. But I 100% agree with you. In the context of the game, absolutely bossing it. Bim Sharky 37 of 51 deliveries. Was that required? Did you need to give that wicket away? Not quite sure you did.
Well, Van Breda with his first wicket of the series comes in his 5th over on the 17, and more importantly, halfway through the 34th over, Nepal's run chase takes a dent. And that wicket brings about the main man, Dipendra Singh Array, their top scorer in the ICC T20 World Cup from February. Yeah, he was their main batter in that tournament, and this is a chance for him to get a little bit of time at the crease.
Yeah, he wouldn't have batted much. He's obviously didn't bat on Monday. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on, but he's a quality batter. He's really busy at the crease. He's got power, he's got finesse, he's also got a bit of creativity in him as well. So, and he's an experienced franchise player coming back into 18 overs left of the game. This will be right up his street.
Well, Jersey will want to go bang bang. That one pops up. Here's something brewing now for Jersey. You can feel it in the air. More encouragement. Jersey will be seeing this as a free hit now, right?
I think they'll be looking at possible opportunities to put pressure on the new batter.
gets off the mark and classy style just by running it down to third man. A good ball earns him a run. Well, this is the kind of over that Jersey needed. Plenty of dots, a wicket, a stall in the progression of this game for Nepal. Just means a new batter, however talented, has got to start again.
Yeah, it's not easy. New batter coming in on this wicket, and that's what I was talking about a little bit earlier on in the day, is that you've got to spend time on this wicket. You've got to spend time, and then it becomes easier. But until then, there's always a delivery with the name on it, and you've just got to try and utilise the gaps in the inner circle as much as possible.
Well, here comes the dip post-wicket. There's the worm for you. And I wouldn't be surprised if those lines start to converge again as the new batter Array begins to settle into his innings. And if they can dismiss Ishan Pandey, the man who's set, the man on 87, if they can dismiss him, this game has a completely different outlook. 96 from 96. Jersey definitely need a couple more wickets. In pretty quick time. And here's the man to do it, Charles Bouchard.
Yeah, good change up for me. Captain coming in, lots of experience, lots of change ups and variations.
That's what we'll try and do. We'll try and vary his speeds, use his skill. We likened him to Benny Howe yesterday, and that's a really good comparison for me. And that's a fine edge. Greenwood running with pace round to come and collect it. Heavy boots slapping on the surface. 189 for 3 now, Nepal. As this game holds now a little bit more tension. And Nepal just ticking off the singles at the minute. And as we've just heard, a very, very small rumble. And that was the sign last time for a bit of impending rain. However, the forecast looks better than Monday, so we can hold out hope, because this game is set on for an exciting finish. 93 from 93. Here's Bouchard. Pandey looks for a single, and it's Jonty Jenner. Check out that run in between the wickets. They couldn't go anywhere because they knew the man they were hitting. Good work from Dunford down the leg side. He knows deep down that's not out, but it's a great piece of work. And we saw him do something very similar. And do you know who it was? On strike, who got stumped down the leg side last time?
Ishan, maybe?
Ishan Pandey it was. So the man who was on strike on 87 was dismissed to a stumping in very, very similar style just on Monday. Great work from Dunford. Pandey 13 runs away. They're trying to get all their wicket-taking bowlers on now, Jersey. Pershard from that end, Van Breda from this end. Who's maybe the next option for Jersey to go to take a wicket?
Julius. I'd love to see maybe Julius coming back on.
Asa Tribe was talking about Samoa and good fashion, the extra bounce, the extra pace. Here's Van Breda then, halfway through his 10. Push off the back foot. It's Jonty Jenner though, another chance. And it's clashed into the legs of Array, who apologises.
Great pickup. Eagerly assisted by something on the edge of the square. Just allowed the ball to pop up straight into the hand of Jonty Jenner, who threw off balance. Dipendra would have been impressed with that.
Turned towards short fine. Potential for a 2. Missed the bat of Ishan Pandey. I'm going to choose to ignore the very light drizzle on the top of the marquee. Very, very light, everybody. Don't get worried. It's okay. Heavy breeze across the ground maintained.
I think we're alright. I think we're alright.
Solid punch from Array. Well, 9-3 for 3 in Nepal. And I would just quite like to see another worm after the end of this saver. Just because I reckon that wicket might have caused a slight dip. Dot ball in the covers. The wicket is exactly what, not only what Jersey needed, but it felt like this game needed that little bit of a wicket. It looked too easy for Sharky and Pandey at one point.
Yeah, and they made it look easy by just doing the right things, just nudging through, getting through the singles, doubles, but also capitalising half a chance here. Another throw at the non-striker's end.
Just for a moment was almost a little bit flat-footed there, right?
Yeah, he's not looked comfortable at the crease, to say the least. I will really look to see if it's not easy. I'll look to see if he can just spend a little bit of quality time without impacting the score, the team's effort too much.
This is run down towards third man. Potential 2, Pandey wants to stick to 1. So let's see the impact of that wicket on the worm. Here it comes. We need to wait a couple more overs, I reckon, but it is beginning just to slightly converge. Maybe an extra wicket from a Jersey bowler could just make that drop a little bit more. And Pershard is their man. To run in now. Dot ball, pressure building. They can take another hit. Jersey will begin to be swinging the game back in their direction. The reaction from Pershard, a few slaps on the ground. He knew how important it would have been just to build up an extra dot. bringing Array back on strike. Third man goes out. Just mid-wicket is in on the leg side, along with short fine leg. Hits the mid-wicket fielder. They do get through to a quick single. Van Breeder definitely prevents 2. Not far from the 200 mark now. Nepal. Top edge, here's a chance. Simrikaawaj doesn't put it down. Isham Pandey goes for 90. That's the wicket Jersey needed. And all of a sudden out comes a new batter alongside DSRA, and this game is well and truly on. It's 86 needed off 80 balls. Jersey are doing all that they can.
Fantastic little breakthrough there. We called it a couple of overs ago. Charlie coming in and doing something different. Not quite got hold of that. Mistimed that completely. Made it look comfortable in the end. How big of a breakthrough is this at 197 for 4 now. 36.4. Still requiring 86 of 80. This turning out to be a fantastic game of cricket.
Well, just applause for a brilliant 90 from Isham Pandey. He removes his gloves and receives his applause from his teammates. Who'd have loved to have got to triple figures, taken Nepal over the line. But that's not the story. And it's up now to the Nepal middle order, the finishers. Arif Sheikh, he's done it well with the ball. But can he do it with the bat? Made 11 on Monday. And DSRA now will be looking for someone just to stay with until the end. 13.2 overs to go. So Jersey got 100 runs exactly off their last 12 overs. And Nepal have got 13 to get 85. The difference is though now that they had set batters at the time, Jersey. They had Tribe going well. They also had Googe on 95 or so. They had batters set. That's the difference. But with 13 overs to go, you can't help but feel that if Nepal were batting first, they'd be looking for that 300 mark. But because they've got 2 new batters in, that's what makes it challenging.
Yeah, we said at the time on air that the 2 breakthrough wickets have just probably prevented Jersey getting to 300. And I can probably see the breakthrough here putting a lot of pressure now on the 2 new batters, even though Dipendra's been in for 11 deliveries. Arif Sheikh is going to have to start coming to the party relatively soon. He's only just got in and he needs to get himself into this batting wicket before he can start taking on some responsibility and pressure.
Another good diving stop from Jonty Jenner. He's been so impressive in the field, like a live wire.
Yeah, he has. It's been good. The standards have been good, to be fair. I would probably say the Nepal standards, probably they might have been a little bit disappointed for their own set of standards, but Jersey have been really good in the field.
Carved straight to that man again. Jonty Jenner in the action. One run now away from the 200 mark now, Nepal. They've lost plenty of wickets. Good diving stop from Simrikaawaj. Hesitation as well. The noise in the field tells you what that kind of moment means. How many extra singles can they cut off? How many boundaries can they prevent, Jersey? And that lot, and Nepal fans, have a few nerves knocking around. Another one picks up off a length. I think you're right. After Van Breed is done with his spell, it's time for a bit of Julius Samaroa to add that height. Do you think height can over-accentuate a bit of variable bounce in a pitch, or is it very minimal?
Depends how good the pitch is, I reckon. I mean, you look at some of the quality fast bowlers, got good height, got good bounce, equally supported by the pitch, and they're not actually breaking the back to get the bounce up. And you go on other decks where you got shorter guys who, because of the surface and the injustice in the surface, that there's balls pitching up and bouncing all over the place. So yeah, it depends on the surface as well, but I think they've been quality so far.
The picture turning a little bit gloomy. Is that pathetic fallacy?
I think a question for me would probably be how much of this sort of slight rain that's been coming down persistently now for what, 5-10 minutes? How much has that had an effect on the delivery that Ishan Kishan went on to pull? Because he's played a few solid pulls all day long. How much has that gone into sort of skid onto him? Be interesting to see what other impact the rest of until they stay out there and the rain keeps coming down, how much more impact there's going to be on that pitch and how best Jersey can utilise it.
That one slides off the outside half towards the point. It's a really interesting point you raised there, Cats. And do you think that suits? We talked about Samaroa. Is it a time for pace to close out the 10, or a bit of pace off? Josh and Ben Ward still to come. It's a chance. Samaroa. Is that gone? It is! Another massive wicket for Jersey. And it's Aawaj Sheikh who has to. And there's passion in that celebration. Look at that team get together. It's a tight unit. And they've taken the 5th wicket of Nepal. And they're 200 for 5. Aawaj Sheikh's got to go, and DS Array needs a partner to stick with.
Yeah, fantastic bit of fielding. Array's just hit the ball and set off, selling his partner short. Fantastic bit of fielding there from Julius at extra cover region. Gone straight into the keeper's hand. Made it really easy work. Another great tip to the youngsters who are listening out there: the throw has got to be accurate. It's got to be stumps, and on moments like that, it makes a lot of difference. Brilliant bit of cricket.
Well, it's those moments there that change a game. 200 for 5 now. Wickets continue to tumble, just like they did on Monday. Now Jersey the side on top. 83 off 68, that's a very different picture.
Certainly is, and again, something we were talking about is pressure will bring wickets. Dot balls will bring pressure. Good ball in good areas, a good plan will bring dot balls, so it all works together.
So it was Samaroa with the throw in, and it was a brilliant throw, which meant that Dumper didn't have to take the ball from too far back to the stumps. And Jersey will feel something brewing here now. Zach Tribes leading the encouragement. Daniel Birrell Bit of a leader in this side. Also detecting that this is a moment Jersey can grab hold of. Oh, DSRA looking for another single. Well, it's his skipper alongside him now, Rohit Pudel. He's alongside him, yet to face a delivery. Yes, the drizzle continues. And you mentioned, Kaz, about what kind of impact that might have on this game. Cracking cut shot, but he's found the deep man. A boundary feels a long time ago now.
It does, you're right.
Maybe that's a credit to the way they've bowled post drinks.
Absolutely, absolutely, and the dynamic element in the bowling and the batting. But when you're in the field and you can add to the quality of the bowling that's coming down, the pressure is there.
Van Breeder keeps his lines tight, but Nepal they now know that they've just got to search for every single run. You saw how fast they ran that first run. It's due to the game situation. Two new batters at the crease. DSRA faced 20 balls for his 8. Rohit Pudel yet to be on strike. Glorious cut shot. The kind of stroke that can just start to swing the game back in the batter's direction. Brilliant shot from DSRA.
Just when you were talking about boundaries, we've seen one crash into the boundary rope there. What a fantastic cricket shot. Back foot cut shot. Fantastic.
Big swing, chance for a stumping. Very, very good work behind the sticks from Dunford. They really can't. They don't have any leeway at all, these Nepalese batters, because of the skill behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's a big advantage, having the keeper standing up. Dunford, he's done really well. Been impressed. Last 2 games has been really, really good.
Oh no, this is not going to help Jersey. A piece of fielding from Birrell's been spilled, and because Zach Try was so on it to go and back up his teammate, the spill has actually pushed it back to where Zach Try was coming from. Coming from that mid-on area. And a little single. Again, just adds to the tension. Right, 10 overs to go. 76 needed. This game lies in the balance. And I think what's really important now is that wickets column. 5 wickets down. Nepal not in the position that they were. They were cruising at one stage. 186 for 2 they were. 2 batters set. Bim Sharkey was on 37. Isham Pandey was in the 80s. They look set on to make this run chase, but a few quick wickets and the game's changed.
Absolutely. Added pressure in the wickets column. Excellent bowling to be backed up by the guys in the field, and they've really squeezed the gap here. Put the pressure back on to the Nepalese batters, asking questions every single delivery. Be interesting to see at what point do they just start to accelerate and try and catch up.
In at the stumps from Pershad. He knows he probably drifted that just ever so slightly too far down the leg side, but his figures are strong. 2 for 31 from 8.1. Nepal had Lalit Rajbanshi, who controlled the game with spin, and Charles Pershad is doing the same for his country. The required run rate for so long was just under 6. Now it's at 7.76. Padel is taking on a risky chance. If that hits, that's gone. This game, over the last 30-40 minutes, has had a complete switch around.
Yeah, as they say, swings and roundabouts, doesn't it? And definitely seems to be swinging in Jersey's favour here.
I mean, if Jersey take another wicket now, they'd be favourites.
You think they've got the upper hand, but never say never. I've seen games come around and leave you, and then all of a sudden come back in your favour. So never say never. Still a few dominant batters to come out from Nepal's point of view.
Blompi had a bit of tricky work to do out there. It was going towards him, but it was bobbling at pace. He did well to get something in behind it. Now, at one point in this chase so far, Nepal were about 35-40 runs ahead of where Jersey were. And after Pershad puts in a very good effort, they're now just 10 runs ahead of where Jersey were. But Nepal, the two men they've got at the crease are two of their more experienced ones. So that provides just another way of seeing this run chase. There is the worm. The lines are converging ever so slightly. And it's the wickets that have brought Jersey back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Jersey have bowled really, really well. Credit to the bowling department and also the captain who's rung the changes for the bowlers, but also the fielders who've been in impeccable form in the last 10 overs to really squeeze and tighten the gap, put some pressure on. Moments of brilliance has been there as well, and obviously bringing in some fresh batters allows Jersey to put on the extra pressure as the big man Daniel Beryl comes back in. His 6 overs are gone, none for 32, but I think he's going to be a crucial part in this back end with his slow ball variations. He's a quality outfit.
Short, pulled away. Blompi's got some work to do. Good stop again from him. They're going to come back to no, they're not. Good work out in the deep. That's going to mean a lot to the Jersey fielders that their man has just prevented the possibility of 3 runs. Great work from him out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Every run seems to be counting at this moment in time. Fantastic bit of fielding.
Short armed pull. They're going to push for 2 here, and they're going to get it. Blompi out in the deep. Some brilliant backing up from Patrick Googe. Now that is top class. Running in all the way from deep cover to come in and back that one up right on the ring line. Top quality from Googe, who put in such a good effort with the bat just earlier in the day.
Another good example for youngsters who are watching. Just because the ball is not in your area, you can be moving, you can be helping out the fielding department, and he's done exactly that, sprinting in from the leg offside, even though the ball was retrieved on the leg side. Great bit of fielding.
And now, everybody, the run rate required for the Nepalese batters is over 8. It's ever so slightly getting harder for Nepal with every ball. Chamorro is picked out by Desiree. The Jersey fielders know that they have the potential now to force an incredible result. Two balls left for Birrell. And there's that man Dunford again, sprinting towards the ball. Just doesn't stop that guy. He's been absolutely terrific. I reckon he should just do the MS Dhoni and keep with just one glove on. It's always coming off. Greenwood's out here at long on. Long off is also deep, as is cover and mid wicket. Find a single out into the leg side. So Birrell, his over goes for 4. Now the required run rate at 8.5. There it is. I wonder if next over that worm might have dropped beneath the Jersey one. 215 for 5. At this point, Jersey just 3 down. All the stories that are unfolding today. Here's Pershad. Clipped away. Just with the pull shot on the bottom edge. A bit more support from the crowd. Anticipation is brewing here at Grainville. Blompe cuts off the boundary. Good throw in perfectly above the stump. Standards out in the field, a top class from Jersey at the moment.
Yeah, they've been really good, really impressive. Makes all the difference when you've got quality setter, boundary riders who can cover a big distance, strong arms. Good to see.
Guided just past Jonty Jenner. I wouldn't have put it past him to have pulled off an incredible one-handed diving stop there, but that was well out of reach.
Yeah, they've been good. The question is, 64 runs required is the equation now of 45 balls, with the run rate creeping up to 8.53. Can they get that up to 10s?
Just beating the bat. Charles Pershad is on a mission for his 3rd. This is his last over. This feels like a big over in the run chase.
Yeah, and another little wicket here for Jersey could really put the pressure on. Asking a lot of questions from the remaining batters that are coming in.
Pershad bowls full and straight. Can only be squeezed out to mid-off by a Ray. Pershad on the brink of a top-class spell. This game is crescendoing to a brilliant finish. Down the leg side, that's not far from the stumps. It's going to be wide though. Good effort from Dunford to block that off. 4 wides would have been a hammer blow.
Be interesting to see the replay there, because the batter was just falling over at the point of the take. Interesting to see whether that was just a little bit of a missed opportunity. But overall, stopped 4 runs down leg side.
So Pershad just waits for his final delivery. Big swing out towards cover though. Will just be a single. That ends the over. 2-2-3 for 5.
Yeah, fantastic spell there from Charles Pershad there, going for 42 off his 10 overs. 223 for 5 or 43. Required rate now is 60 off 42 balls. Run rate creeping up now. Moved from 8.53 to 8.57 as we have a little bit of a bowling change again. Scotty when Breda is coming on from the pavilion end, as we have a change of bats from Dipendra. Interesting to see now the current run rate at 5.17. Nepal need to somehow figure out how they're going to capitalize on the next 42 balls, and in particular how they're going to get themselves over the line, requiring 60. It's going to take some doing, as Jersey have been fantastic in the field. Van Breda starts off with a dot ball outside off stump, and you can see how Damford behind the stumps has taken that ball, because he's taken a hit and you can see he's in pain.
Well, 60 or 40 balls then. Kaz, 2-2-3 for 5 Nepal. The game is perfectly in the balance.
Certainly is. 2 balls gone in this over, so 60 of 38 balls. It's got some doing though. Nepal have to find a way how they're going to get some boundaries here. Can't just rely on singles, so the pressure is on. At some point these two are going to have to go, and they can't leave it down to the last 4 overs.
Well, that required run rate now above 9. And as you say, for so long they were in a position where they could keep ticking along, but now big shots are going to be needed at some point soon. Perfectly manoeuvred down towards third man, very nearly beat the man, but here comes a chance. If that throw was on target, it would have been a little bit closer, of course. Rohit Patel though, running with good intensity.
Yeah, these two are quick between the crease, so I don't think Dipendra is going to be struggling. He is very quick between the crease. If anything, Rohit needs to call that through, and he has done. 2 good runs added to the total. 226 for 5 now of 43.4. 2 balls remaining this over.
You've got to say, Jersey are now on top of this game. It's almost Jersey's to lose. It's just the experience that this batting pair have.
Yeah, absolutely, and what they've done really well is cut out the 4-ball option. They've squeezed the dot balls, and there's been a lot of them now in the last 10 overs. Really taken pace off, which is something I've been saying all day. As we just speak about being really good in the field, unfortunately there's been a small error from Zach Tribe, I think it is.
That's a big error.
Yeah, at this stage of the game you don't want another boundary being leaked, which means there's 53 of 37 required. A gift there at deep mid-off from Zach Tribe.
Well, look at the uptick. That 1-4, I reckon, has kept Nepal just ahead of Jersey here. But imagine if you see those last 3 wickets, it just stalled Jersey at the very end. It was also a testament to how well Nepal bowled. So that gives Jersey hope. If they can bowl as well at the death, as Nepal bowled, sorry, then they'll be well within a chance of winning this game. 6 overs to go, Kaz. 53 needed. Who have you got?
Tough call at this stage of the game, really tough call. I'd love to say Nepal with these two batters. I think it's Jersey's to lose. Certainly do at this stage of the game. Very much in control of the ball. I haven't seen any explosive shots just yet. But they still do have Gulshan Jha to come in, who is an explosive batter. I've been
Short. That's into a pocket. The timing's not quite good enough. It will just be 2.
I have seen him take a couple of bowlers down in 1 over and gone for 20-25 when it mattered, under the lights. So he can hit a ball, but again, he's not batted during this series so far, and it's not easy on these conditions to come in and tee off from ball 1. So it'll be interesting to see how he bats.
Got it to John to Jenner. Non-strikers then. If that was hit, that would have been close, but they're going to get overthrows. God blimey. Just a couple of leaked runs here from Jersey over the past few deliveries. Guess we'll come to see if that costs them in the long run. Was that against your boys, that Gulshan Jha moment?
Yeah, and he's done it to others as well. He is a deep striker of the ball, and he's renowned for his ability to win matches from unwinnable situations and conditions, so has got the ability to do it.
Hold. And a great stop. Zach tried making up for his mistake last over with a sliding block of a fast moving ball off the bat of DSR8. Just 2 runs. This game is slowly having everything.
Already in this over you can see the intensity has increased. 6 coming off the first 3 balls, dealing in 2 so far.
Slower ball, well bowled. Slower Yorker. Daniel Birrell has been so good at that today. And now, I reckon they'll probably be looking to bowl him out, don't you think?
Just get a couple of wickets, so really slow the game down and get that run rate back up to 9.5, 10. If you can get it pushed up to 11, 12, even better. Getting into double figures is not easy from here onwards, especially with a few new batters in.
Just back of a length, and Rohit Patel hits it out into the leg side. They're going to come back for 2. It's going to be close. A little bit of hesitation. I reckon that might just have been the wrong end there. Good diving stop from Samaroa. I think he's done something there. You can see him on the right side. Just took a bit of a bonk, I think.
The ball's crashed into the end of the palm or the thumb, it looks like, and it seems like he's in some discomfort. But again, a great display of batting, 2 fast batters in between, and the boundary riders need to come off the rope a little bit. They almost need to sort of be a couple of yards in extra as we see a change in the field. Mid-wicket coming in. 45 on the leg side has pushed back to a fine leg position.
Pulled away. That's a strong shot. Again, Zach Tribe out there. This time preventing the second run. He's got his hands on his knees. I think the last few overs have just taken it out of him a little bit. But there you go. That is 10 from the over, purely in 2s and 1s. So it's a good over for Nepal. And he's still got boundaries to hit. But we did see Jersey found it very tricky to close out their innings with boundaries. And we're just about seeing that now with Nepal. Maybe it's just the fact that this pitch is deep into its 2nd game in 3 days, and whether it's not quite coming onto the bat the same pace it did perhaps earlier on today. Still a little bit too paced. It just looks like boundary scoring is challenging with the older white ball.
Yeah, and these two have to see the game home. I think from a head coaching point of view, I'd be looking for these two to bring the game home. not put the responsibility on anybody else, because it's really difficult to go in there and expect to go at 8-9 and over, especially with the quality of the bowling that's coming on, the condition on the pitch. As we get into the evening, it's not easy. 40 runs required now of 30 balls.
Van Breede, his final over. Punch back to him. Good diving stop. Whether that was a chance or not, I don't think it was. But Van Breede has had a very good return to the side. He wasn't available on Monday, and now he's back. He's just going at a little over 4 runs and over. Birrell cuts it off. Another dot. 2 in a row. It's that time in the game where 2 dots in a row cause big pressure. Tension in the air. Deep point. Long on. Long off. Deep square leg. Fielder's walking in. Playing a miss. A 3rd dot in a row. The Nepal skipper, we feeling the pressure now. It's reminding me of when, late on Monday evening, Charles Burchard, the final batter for Jersey, faced out 5 dots in a row and was dismissed from the last. Boundary needed for Nepal. And there is one. Innovation. Removes any sign of pressure. Rohit Patel with a perfectly executed ramp shot moves Nepal to 244 for 5, and he moves to 20.
Yeah, good bit of innovation there, especially as the options before that were drying up. He's not really getting hold of this. Hit it into 3 dot balls, but the 4th ball, great innovation. Let's see what he's got for the last 2 balls.
Clipped out towards long on. Greenwood attacks. And no second run. As the rain just continues to patter that little bit harder now. Still just very light drizzle. Both sides looking forward to an exciting finish. Full toss. It's been hit away for 6. That's a massive blow to Jersey. And actually 3 balls that were incredibly vital to this Nepal chase. 3 dots followed by 11 runs in the final 3. That's Van Breede's last 3 balls of his 10 over spell. That's a kick in the teeth right there. 251 for 5, 250 up for Nepal.
Yeah, he must be really disappointed with that. Fantastic 10 over spell there, and he's just gone for 11 off the last 3 balls of that spell. Could have finished with 1 for 37 off his 10, but unfortunately it's 48 for 1 off his 10 overs, as the rain just starts to come down a little bit heavier now. Required rate 32 of 24 balls, with the leg spin of Benjamin Edwards coming on. An interesting choice at this latter stage of the game, with 2 set batters in play.
It's interesting with this rain falling as well. A kind of bowler that requires grip. The umpires are having a discussion, and this would just be gutting. Because of the impending cloud, they've decided with 4 overs to go. All the umpires are holding firm. The tractors started whirring up and the covers have been requested. This could be the worst time I've ever seen on a cricket pitch. You can see the rain tumbling there. 251 for 5. This game is set up for the most incredible finish, Kaz.
Absolutely fantastic. 251 for 5, 4 overs to go. 2 set batters now at the crease in Rohit Patel, 21 off 18. Dipender Singh Area, who's leading the charge, 34 off to 42 balls he's faced. And now we're getting to the crunch end of business. With only 4 overs to go, the heavens have opened up. God has given us a single. Time for a little break.
It certainly is. There's the scorecard. You can see it. Ishan Pandey, a terrific 90. 51 for Kushal Patel. And 30s for Sharkey. Not out for Array and Padel as they were just starting to get involved. So who knows what might happen to the rain. We urge you to stick around because those 4 overs could be very exciting. Well, they definitely will be. But Nepal not too far away from the chase, and Jersey looking to end it very quickly. Hopefully we'll catch you again very, very soon.